Hello? Let's hope the music is not a lot louder than I am. It's so weird. I can't hear any music, so it's just you guys that can actually hear something. The setup was like a pain, quite literally. Actually, it wasn't that much to set up, but at the same time, it took long. Especially because I had to take some selfies, because, you know, YouTube has the whole thumbnail thing. And I didn't want it to be Bloodborne thumbnail, because, you know, it would mislead people and think that we're playing Bloodborne when we're not. So I'm not a fan of taking photos of myself, but it's fine. Yeah, I'm doing the mushroom pasta. I haven't had it in so long and I missed it. I have everything ready, and also like cinnamon rolls as well. I don't think it's not gonna take very long, which is good because it's already kind of late here. I will probably start cutting vegetables first, because those kind of take the longest. So I think I'm just gonna start already, because I want to get on with it. I think I'm gonna use the big onion. But I hope you guys are having a good weekend. Is it Saturday today? I lose track of the days because I get busy with things and I, you know, just forget. But yeah, I don't know how much garlic and stuff to use, but I guess we'll see along the way. I think I should use maybe like 2. I've seen people use like onion in it. I thought it was just garlic, but I don't mind some onion. It feels weird being like, you know, on camera fully. I mean, sooner or later it would have happened anyway. But also the fact that I'm doing stuff and I'm being watched at the same time. Like, I know when I'm playing games, it's the same thing. I'm still being watched and all that, but it's different when I'm doing something, because I tend to like not like being watched when I'm doing something. So yeah, I just need to forget about it, really. Forget about being watched and just do my own thing. Right, I think I might actually sit down because I have to cut the onion. Oh, I need to wash the mushrooms, which I'm gonna do later. I think I'm gonna deal with the garlic and onion for now. Also, you might be able to hear, I don't know, background sounds or whatever. I mean, it's quiet here because I'm on my own at the moment. But yeah, you might be able to hear them because of the fact that there's no like filter on the mic compared to when I usually stream. I don't have the, what do you call it, NVIDIA broadcast thingy that blocks out like random sounds and all that, but hopefully you shouldn't be able to hear too much, except yeah, it is, and some cinnamon rolls as well. But welcome in. It's something different. I did say last time, like on stream, I had like something special, let's say. I've never done anything like this on stream. Actually, I've never done anything different except sometimes reactions, like if there's let's say, I don't know, YouTube videos sometimes, but not so much. I don't really do reaction videos because of the fact that I'm kind of plain. Like, I don't really react to things. Maybe I'll smile and that's about it, but I don't really have much to say. I just watch things without saying anything. So that's why I'm like, I wouldn't be able to, you know, be one of those like, YouTubers that react to all sorts of videos, because I don't really have reactions. I just, you know, let people do their own things and I don't judge it and all that. But yeah, game announcements. Those are fun because they're also like related to what we usually do, which is video games. So those I do react, like if I remember, like next year. Actually, I think the next one might be, when is it? During December, I think, the Game Awards or something like that. So I'll probably watch that as well. But yeah, overall, I don't really watch much. I just prefer to play stuff. Which next time it's gonna be The Witcher, by the way, guys. We have to go back. I've been busy these days. I think Monday or something, I'm going back to The Witcher. Do you ever do this thing where like you have something coming up, let's say in a few hours, and you can't do anything before? Because that happened to me today. I was like, oh, I'm live streaming today. Even though with live streaming, it's not an appointment. I can just, like, I don't have times, I can just go live whenever. But I don't know, I just get a bit like, I can't do anything else, so I'm just gonna chill until the time comes. Because that's what I did today. I was like, well, I'm gonna clean around for a bit and stuff, and then eventually just stream. It looks dark. I don't live alone. I don't live alone. And I live with some people also that like collecting a bunch of things, even though we have enough, but they're just hoarding things. So this is not, I mean, I live here, but this is not how my home would look like originally. Now, actually, I think I'm gonna cut it like this and then just small bits. I feel like this onion might be like enough. I don't want to put too much, but at the same time, I don't know, enough to fry it. Like I said, I think luckily this doesn't take very long, so that would be good. I might watch some videos actually once the food is ready. I don't like the idea of you guys just watching there and watching me like eat. I don't like being watched while I'm eating, and also seems a bit boring, but I'll play some videos like in the background as well. But I think, like for me in general, I don't really like watching anything when I eat. I like enjoying, you know, the taste of the food. If I'm watching something, I'm distracted and I want to be able to actually focus on what I'm doing. Actually, you know what, why don't I just stack these up? But yeah, that's how the kitchen is. It's not, let's say I live here, but not for a long time. I'm planning on moving away like soon. Like, I don't know, maybe next year or something, it depends. Because I do like living with others. I have, you know, company and all that, but at the same time, I kind of just want my own space. Okay, I think 1 onion is enough. It's already getting too much. Maybe 2 of the garlic, and then I'll cut these first. So, wait, I need to think about the steps. I'll cut these first. Oh, and the mushrooms, I need to wash them and then cut them as well. And then I think, I don't know if I should start like with the dessert. I know I need to turn the oven on like at some point, but I think maybe later, because the rolls like shouldn't take long. I just put like the sugar and cinnamon on the pastry, so it shouldn't take that long. But yeah, it's strange right now because I have some music for you in the background, but I can't hear anything. It's like very quiet. And when I cook something, it's always like, I always play music because it feels very quiet, you know, and when you listen to music, it's like you work better in a way. So yeah, I don't know, it's strange. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Put a wet like tissue to see if it works. I've seen people said that if you put like a wet tissue next to the onion, it's gonna absorb. My eyes are okay for now, but I can feel them, you know, a bit like they're starting to sting. Just a small amount, but it's fine. The food section, I don't think there is. There should be though. I don't know if people would actually like start actually I think they would be. There would be chefs. I think a lot of things. But anyway, in general, I think people, when they think of Twitch, they think of games, so they don't really think about anything else. So maybe that's why there isn't. I bet on YouTube there is, like, you know, probably a lot of people cooking live or doing all sorts of things. But like, I think even on Twitch, like music and stuff like that, they're not really popular compared to okay, my eyes are getting watery now. I've been cutting. I should have tried the tissue thing. I don't know, do I need more? I feel like I should put maybe all of it since I cut it. I mean, I can throw it because it's not good to save up onion for the next day or for the future. So it just, I don't want to make too much because I don't want it to be, you know, too much onion, but at the same time, maybe this would be enough. I'm tempted to just, I think I'm just gonna cut it all. I'm just gonna cut it all. It makes it a lot easier. But yeah, that's what I was saying overall. Like, I just wanted to start like doing this already, and I basically forgot that I kind of have to do a thumbnail for like YouTube live stream, because over there it was the Bloodborne thumbnail, and I was like, we are not playing Bloodborne today. This is not related to Bloodborne in any like way. And I had to start like taking random selfies, and I was like, I don't like taking selfies. If anyone takes photos, like, it's gonna be like someone else. It's never really myself. I've never been into the whole hype of taking photos of myself. Like everywhere I go, even on holiday, I don't know, I enjoy the present, I guess, and don't focus too much on like selfies and all that. Even though they're nice memories, but I don't know. It's just never been my thing. And I don't dislike it. Like if someone takes photos of me, and even if they look bad or something, I don't really care. Like I'm not that bothered. It's just that I don't take them because I just don't think about it. I forget. It's the same like if you took me shopping, like let's say. I don't like shopping, like shopping for like clothes and stuff. It's not my interest. And I feel like a lot of my friends like used to love it, and I would just go out just to hang out with them, but I didn't really buy much because I didn't care overall. I don't know, it's not my thing. I just like music and playing games basically, that's all, nothing else. Okay, the garlic's a lot easier to clean up. How should I cut this? I don't know, maybe like the same and then... Okay, garlic, I think 2 of them is enough. I know it shouldn't be too much. Then I need to... Oh, I need to do the mushrooms. I'm gonna do this instead. But yeah, that's it overall. I think I can just mix them together since they go together. I know the like mushrooms are gonna go later though, so I need to fry these first. Now that I think about it, I think the garlic is not enough. It's fine. I think prepping takes like a lot of the meals. I feel like prepping takes the longest because the actual cooking is like really quick. Just the prepping that takes a while. I do enjoy cooking though, especially if I listen to some music and just do my own thing. I find it quite nice overall. In a few months, yeah, literally, like I think it's been, I don't know, well, it hasn't been that long because I had like other people take photos of me, if that counts, but a selfie, well, it's been a long time. I think I used to take more when I was younger. Nowadays, I don't know. Like I said, I don't think about it. Or if I think about it, I'm like, nah, I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered to find the, you know, the perfect position and not be happy with how it looks and all that. I need more, so I'm gonna get more. We're cooking mushroom pasta and cinnamon rolls. I need to cut up all the garlic. I think I will be using all of it. I have like an extra onion here, but I don't need it because the one I had, it was a bit chunkier, so it's not necessary to use it. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it feels weird now because it's very quiet, like silence. I feel like I'm in a library. I think even the library isn't this quiet. I don't have any like wireless earphones to plug in, so I can't really hear what's going on. But I guess I'll just listen to my own voice at the moment. And obviously, I don't know if you'll be able to hear me once I'm like at the stove, but we'll see. You might, because like I said, the mic doesn't have the filters on, so you can kind of hear a lot of random background noise, and by that I mean like literally anything. I wasn't even speaking when I was like standing next to the mic, and it was, you know, it was like recording because I tested it. So yeah, I don't know. See, when I'm cutting garlic, from what I realized, your eyes don't stink from it. Also, it smells. I need to wash my hands, I think. Actually, I'll wash them anyway after, like with the mushrooms. I was gonna get like a smaller cutting board, but then realized that I think... Oh wait, we have another one? Realized that it's better if I use this one because the mushrooms, they're gonna be a lot. And a lot of people I've seen were saying to, you know, wipe mushrooms with like a tissue. I've never heard of that before. Because apparently, like if you wash them, they shrink and all. And I was like, I still prefer to wash all my like fruits, vegetables, anything, just to make sure. I feel like it's more hygienic to do so, rather than just wipe them with something. I don't know, it's fine. I don't know if I'm gonna use all of them actually, because I have like a whole little thing with like full of mushrooms, and they're quite big, and I don't know if I'm gonna use all of them. I might keep some to use, you know, for other meals instead. But yeah, it's been nice being on my own overall. I mean, I'm like on my own until like next week. I don't think I'm going on any holidays this summer. I don't feel like it, to be honest. Like, I just want to keep doing what I'm doing at the moment, and I'm busy like with other things as well, like in real life, and I'm like, I don't really, cause like, for example, some family members live like next to a country where I am basically, and I can go like on holiday there and, you know, to visit family and all that, but I'm not that bad at this year, I think, compared to like last year. Like, I think you remember last year when I was away for a while, that's when I was on holiday, but this year I think I'm just gonna stay home during summer and winter, obviously, because winter is gonna be not that great basically. So yeah, I don't really want to go anywhere. Right, the mushrooms. Now, let me see how many I should use. I have an issue with, like, when I cook something, I always want to clean at the same time. Like, I don't like leaving things all over the place. I'm likely gonna throw, like, all the stuff after. Or should I use all of them? I don't know. I need to wash them. I mean, they are kind of wet now, but I don't think it really counts. It feels like, actually, I think mushrooms are like my favorite vegetable. Like, I just like them. They're really nice. And I prefer vegetables over like fruits. How many more? It's hard to tell because of the shrinking thing. Like, I can use all of them, or maybe I leave 2 of them. Like, say if I made, I don't know, pizza for example. How many would I use? I feel like 2 would be enough because they're quite big. I think I'll leave 2 of them. That should be fine, right? Right, I need to put this in the fridge now. And the onion. And these need to be washed. Hold on. I'm gonna rinse my hands first because I don't want to touch the fridge with like onion and everything. I don't know if you can hear me from here. I assume you can. Maybe just not as well. Right, do I need the chair still? I have no idea. I think I do, because I'm gonna have to cut those as well. But let me just clean up. Like, put these away. These I haven't used yet, obviously. Later. Okay, I'm gonna put these in the fridge. Oh, I don't know how to clean these. Maybe I'll leave them for later, I don't know. It's annoying me because I want, you know what, I'm too organized, I can't. I have to throw them in the bin right now. Even when I'm cooking, like I said, I don't like it. It's just, it bothers me. If I can throw it now, why not? I mean, yeah, it's gonna take longer to actually make the dinner, but it's fine. I'll just get them now quickly, throw them, and then continue with the mushrooms, basically. Okay. Should I take 2? I don't know. I'm just gonna rinse them. Not too much. They don't look like they have any dirt on them, but you know, I don't trust this, so I'll just have to rinse them myself, right? I'll pick up 3. They have a really soft texture, these ones. Okay, 1 more after. actually, I can't tell if they have a soft texture or it's soft and oily at the same time. It's not oily, but it feels that way. Okay, cutting these, and then I think, yeah, just ending up frying them. Let me think, actually, while I'm cutting these, when should I do the oven? I feel like I'm not really sure. Should I cut them like this? I don't even know. Doesn't really matter, does it? It smells like onion a lot right now. I mean, it makes sense, but yeah. I think these pieces are too big. I'm not gonna make them like the onions. So oh yeah, wait, they shrink, so it doesn't matter, right? I've never done this one before, actually, the mushroom pasta. So I'm like, you know, I kind of just learned it like along the way. I looked it up and I kind of just remember what I'm supposed to do. But they say that they shrink, so yeah, I think it's true because I've fried like mushrooms before for lunch with like, you know, an egg or something. So I think it's true that they do so. There. That's a lot of mushrooms. Like, should I leave a big piece or should I cut it? Okay, I'm gonna cut it in half. I don't know, honestly. I guess we'll see along the way. I don't think they will shrink a bit more, but I also don't want like huge pieces when I have the pasta. So I'd rather make them smaller. I don't know if I have enough space, and I wanted to use a smaller cutting board, which is a bit funny. There, okay, guess that's fine. Actually, I think the more I cut them, okay, I'll leave this piece like this. There will be more space anyway. But yeah, what have you guys been busy with nowadays? I've had to like do some work and then also like the whole YouTube and stuff. I try to post usually like every day, but also because of the fact that I'm behind with some games on YouTube. Like, I'm still posting the Cyberpunk game. Well, we finished the main game and we have the DLC, which is not very long, so I almost finished posting that as well. But yeah, I don't know, I'm like behind, but with Baldur's Gate, with that one I'm really behind, like in posting basically. I'm literally still in Act 1, that's what I'm still like posting on YouTube, Act 1, when I finished the game already like a week ago, I think. So yeah, I'm trying to post like quickly so that I can catch up, but it doesn't really work that way. It's a lot easier to just stream, you know, because you just, basically you're live in the moment and then don't have to edit anything and that's it. I mean, I guess, yeah, there can be also mistakes live, like, you know, internet not working, or it's just different because you can't edit anything, but yeah, I don't know. I try to edit, like, for example, in YouTube videos whenever there's like random silence or just things that are unnecessary, let's say. This looks like a lot of mushrooms and I need to make sure I don't crowd the pan. If there's too much, I can just put them back even though I washed them. I think maybe I'll cut one more and then try to look. I don't know. I think it might be okay, but it seems like there's a lot of like mushrooms at the moment, even though it didn't look that way when I got them out. Actually, another thing, because I don't live alone, when there's like food and it's just me, it's too much. Even like I have a bread that I froze because I'm not really much of a bread eater. Like, I really don't have it often. Sometimes with like a meal or if I make a sandwich, but that's about it really. And I had to freeze it because it was gonna expire soon and I'm like, what do? I don't want to waste it. So now I think tomorrow I have to find like something to do with it. Like, I don't know. make a meal out of it, or I don't think I'll make dessert because I'm making like the cinnamon rolls today, but yeah, something like that. So yeah, it's a bit like, what do I do with all this food? Like, I don't want to waste it. I had cabbage the other day that I used, and it was still like too much, so I'm just like eating the next day as well. But when you're on your own, it's just like everything's too much basically in terms of food, and I don't like wasting food, so I think that's enough, right? It looks enough to me. I mean, they will be shrinking, right? Fine, I'm gonna cut one more. Just one more, and then I continue on. I'm gonna fry up, I think, the onion and garlic, and then put the mushrooms, I think it was, and then I think it was the cream, and then I think the pasta. Oh yeah, I need to boil the pasta actually, now that I remembered. Should probably do that now before I fry these, because it shouldn't take very long to fry them. Okay, let me put some water in the pan. Actually, hold on, let me move the mushrooms again on the table instead. I don't know if I'll need them, so I'm gonna leave them there. You're gonna see me wash my hands 10 million times because I need to. I think I can just leave it there. It takes a while to fill up. Okay, that's too much. Maybe like half, I think should be fine. Okay. Wait, it's not even. There you go. This one's not even that strong. Maybe I should switch it. Which one's stronger? Yeah, maybe I should switch them over actually. Hold on. It's a weaker one, so I don't want it to take forever to boil, you know? Okay. Where's the salt here? I don't know if I should add more like salt after, whilst I, you know, mix the sauce and everything, because I'm already adding some salt in the water that the pasta is gonna boil in. But I think I'll just add a tiny bit, just because why not, basically. These tissues. I'm not sure if I'm forgetting anything. I think I'll just figure out along the way if I'm forgetting anything. Right, I don't think I should fry those. Right, pasta. Another like kind of bad habit I have is I tend to make too much, and you know, then I have too much like leftover. Like, it's fine if I have it, let's say, for lunch tomorrow. If there's any leftover, I'll just have it, but I need to make sure I don't make too much. Like, I don't know how many, because I'm not going to use the whole thing. There's too many in here, so I probably need more than this stuff. Let me just place it here on the table. How much more? Maybe like half? I don't know. I just don't need to use all of it, that's what I'm sure of. Is this enough? I can't tell. You know what, I'm just gonna put more. I think like half should be fine. There. That should be okay. Where did this go? In here. Okay, well, that's not boiling yet. I think I'm kind of bad when it comes to like sort of multitasking in the kitchen. Like if I have to start frying up the thing now, I have to also focus on the pasta at the same time. But the pasta is, well, waiting to be boiled, so I should probably start, I think. Unless it's gonna take a really long time to boil, because I'm not seeing any bubble yet. Almost there, but not yet. Cream, anything else I need? I think, because, like I said, because I'm kind of bad with like multitasking when I'm cooking, I'm gonna leave the dessert part later, because I literally got the pastry out like recently from the fridge. It wasn't in the freezer, which is good, because if it was in the freezer, I wouldn't have been able to make it today unless I got it out like in the morning. But yeah, let it get to like maybe room temperature or something like that. I'll do it probably after I don't have to take care of the pasta anymore. So basically, maybe when the pasta's ready, I'll start this. Because, like I said, I don't think it's gonna take too long. So this would kind of, me doing this after would kind of make the stream a bit longer. Instead of like an hour or two. Actually, I think 2 hours might be fine. What hour? We're already like half an hour in, so it's not too bad. So maybe it won't be as short as I thought. I don't really like doing like streams that are like 1 hour. It's like, what's the point? Like, it's too short. 1 hour passes by like really quickly. Anyway, yeah, I think I should fry up the garlic and onion. Not too much oil though. I think it's starting to slowly get bubbles. I hope you guys can hear me from here. I don't know if you can. I don't have like a wireless mic, so I just brought the one that I usually stream with from like the PC, and I'm using it like with the laptop, which is working surprisingly well. Because obviously I wasn't gonna bring the PC here, like downstairs. Imagine that. Right, let me get this one on. I'll just wait for it to warm up, the oil, and then continue on. It's actually not that hard. I think I just have a lot on my mind right now, you know, like a lot of the steps. And like, there's a lot of like mushrooms here. I don't know if you can see it. There's like a lot of mushrooms. It looks like it, but we'll see if there's actually gonna be enough. I hope so, because it looks like a lot. But once they shrink, I don't know. They were saying that you shouldn't like, you know, put too many, because I guess they're not gonna cook well or something. Like, don't overcrowd the pan basically with mushrooms. And this looks like a lot already, so I don't want to make it too much. Is this hot here? I'm not touching the oil, don't worry. That's actually a perfect amount of oil, if I'm being honest. Kinda want to put this, but how do I do it without putting the mushrooms by accident? Because I'm not, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna grab something. I think this is big enough, right? I'm gonna put the mushrooms here instead. I should have done that in the first place, but usually I don't like using like too many things, because then there's also more to clean if you do. But it's fine. Or I can put them in the dishwasher, but I don't know. Kind of like, again, another thing, like when you're alone, having a dishwasher is kind of useless in a way. Like, I don't mind washing things by hand, and also by the time it fills, well, it's gonna take probably over a week or something. So yeah, I don't know. A lot of the things are better when you're with other people. And when you're on your own, it's like, maybe just get a really small dishwasher. I'm sure those like exist. There, all the mushrooms. So then I have just that. Yep, and the the hot water is starting to boil, so I think I'm gonna put the onion in already. I feel like I'm doing one of those like YouTube videos where people are like cooking and showing you recipes and all that. Like, okay guys, now we're gonna do, we're gonna put the onion in. This board is a bit big, but that's fine. It's just that I probably look funny holding it, that's why. Yep, the oil is hot because they're frying up. I'm just trying not to, by accident, drop them. I think maybe I put too much onion. I don't know. I mean, I did say that, but might be fine because they might shrink as well. I don't know. Do I need this board anymore? Because I don't think so. Or the knife. No. I don't think so. Well, I'm gonna put it away. Maybe here. I don't know where. That's the washing area. Okay, well. The water's kind of boiling, but not enough yet. So I'm gonna fry up like the onion and the garlic, and then add the mushrooms as well. And make sure they're like, you know, brownish before I add the cream, which is already opened because I had like in the coffee. Like if I drink coffee, it's always gonna be decaf, and it will always have some cream in it and milk as well, because I don't like it without it. I'm not a coffee drinker or like, I don't know, energy drinks, no, tea. I used to drink tea every day actually, like black tea with milk. Not anymore though. And it used to have caffeine, and I stopped, and then for 3 days I had headaches. So I was like, I don't want to be addicted. I don't want my body to be addicted to this, you know? So I'd rather just not have it anymore. I just have it occasionally when I feel like it. Right, it's getting to the color. I feel like I shouldn't let it go too brown because of the fact that I'm also gonna add the mushrooms. I wonder if this is gonna taste very like garlicky or a lot of onions. Oh yeah, because of the stuff. I think for now it's okay. Oregano, pepper, salt. Okay. Those later with the pasta. Right, I think I can put the mushrooms in now. And the water is slowly starting to boil. Let's see if it fits in here, because it might be too much. And if it's too much, well, like I said, I can put them away if necessary. I'm just gonna pour actually. It feels kind of strange not being next to the mic. I feel like you guys can't hear me, but at the same time I know I don't have those filters on, and usually if I don't have them on, you can hear everything. Like when I stream, those filters, for example, like say I'm not talking right during a game or something. If I move something around, or if someone's talking in the background, like on the hallway or something, you would not be able to hear it because there's filters. So it only activates basically when I speak. You know what, I'm gonna put all of it. I don't see the point of not doing so. Right, let me mix these together. But yeah, I have those filters on, so basically it only activates with my voice, which is a good thing because you can't hear like in the background if there's, I don't know, someone mowing their the grass or something like that, which sometimes happens. there's a lot of mushrooms, but not like too much. I think a perfect amount, which is surprising. I think I should probably turn the oven on when I'm busy frying these now, so I think this is getting, yeah, it's boiling as well. I hope they will fit here. I mean, this pan is kind of like deep, so I think it should be fine. Oh yeah, the mushrooms are indeed shrinking now. But it still looks like there's enough, like, you know, like I cut up like enough mushrooms, so I don't know if I should put more. I can still add more if necessary. I can like cut more quickly, but I think it's okay. They're getting brown, so I'm gonna need the cream really soon. Oh yeah, and usually because it's summertime, I don't have the light on usually, but I had to obviously today, so I have better light because it can be dark, you know, sometimes like in the kitchen. It's like random things I'm literally mentioning just to chat with you guys. But yeah, I don't have the light on usually. It just this time because it's still like daytime outside, so there's no point. It's like a waste to have it on right now. I'm having doubts. I don't know if I should cut more like mushrooms or not. It kind of looks enough though. I don't know if I'll have time to cut more because I kind of need to mix it. No, I think it's enough. Oh, the pasta is boiling as well. I need to mix it with something else. I don't know with what else though. I'm overwhelmed. Hold on, I'm gonna use this. Right. No, I think the mushrooms are okay. I can't make up my mind quite literally, but I think it's fine. There's enough. So I'll just put the cream in and then... Oh, I didn't use this at all. This was supposed to be like to put the garlic in and then, you know, do this and then it comes out. I need to use it. I just cut the garlic. Oh, it's fine. I didn't even realize. I forgot about it. Now, let's see how much cream I put. I don't know if I put all of it because it already seems like there's enough. Maybe I'll put all of it, I don't know. Wait. I hope I didn't make too much like pasta. Like the one that's boiling now. I should have gotten like something else to mix it with, but I was like panicking. I was like, I'm just gonna grab whatever is around. I think even the pasta's like ready, I would say. It's so quiet now, like let me just put the whole thing in. There's like literally, oops, there's like a small amount in, like, I don't know if I should leave it in case I want coffee again, or I can just go to the shop and get another one if necessary. Well, it's not like I'm gonna, like, if I have coffee in the morning, I'm not gonna go to the shop in the morning without eating anything. But I just don't see the point. It's like, there's a tiny amount, so. Right, this needs to go in the bin. Unlike the mushrooms, the extra mushrooms. Right, I think I can leave the mushrooms for now and focus on the pasta, which I think is ready because it's like very soft now. Still looks like I made a lot. I'm not surprised. Right, okay. Where's the, oh, here it is. Actually, let me hydrate. I don't even call it like, oh, let me drink some water or something. I just call it hydrate. I kind of need to wipe. I mean, I don't need to, but I dropped like some of the cream here on the table and it bothers me. And I might get it like on my clothes by accident, so I'd rather just get rid of it now. And this. Like I said, I have to clean up everything. Even while I'm cooking. It needs to be clean. Oh, this looks nice actually, like a cream. Okay. Now this is the part I don't like, pouring the hot water away and the pasta without obviously losing the pasta, but actually let me turn the cold water on. I heard it's not a good thing to like, you know, down the drain, to put hot water down the drain, so I just mix it with like cold water. Actually, it looks like a good amount. I think I've done quite well, like, in terms like of the amount. Oh my god, wait. The sauce is like boiling in here. If I don't mix it, it's gonna keep rising. Right, I need to put this in here. I don't know. Put it on there. I'm just gonna mix it a tiny bit and then add like the oregano, pepper, and a tiny bit of salt, because like I said, I already boiled them in salt, so I don't think I should add too much. And if it's necessary, I'll just, you know, I'll taste it and then see if I need to add more or not. Right, okay. Pepper. Yeah, so I said I made cabbage like the other day. I ended up adding a bit too much pepper. I don't mind pepper, obviously, it makes the food good, but I don't like too much of it. I think that's enough. Gonna be a mess of that, but I'll clean it later. And then a bit of salt. Okay. And now let me just mix everything. I think it's almost done. You know what that means? I should be turning on the oven. That's what it means. I definitely won't be able to finish this today, so there will be some for lunch tomorrow. It's too much. Despite it, you know, seeming like I made a perfect amount, kind of looks more like 2 people would eat this. I don't eat much, so yeah, that's maybe the issue. Like maybe for one person it would be enough, but for me it's like too much. I think it's kind of ready. Like I don't know if I should mix it anymore. It's pretty much done now. I just need to let it cool off or something. Maybe put a lid on top of it while I'm making the other thing. Yeah, I think I should do that. Let me get this out the way. I don't know where to put it. It was just... I'm gonna rinse it now actually. It's just salt water, so it's not like oily or anything like that. Same with this, it's like just salt water, so nothing much to do there. Actually, most of them are like that, which means it's really easy to, you know, get rid of them. These are from the mushrooms and all that, and I'll, you know, clean them properly later on. I'm just gonna put this here. Right, okay. Time to get the oven on before I forget. Take these out. I don't know where to put the pans and all this. I'm gonna put them here.
I'm Afwahash.
I'm Peter Frankopan, and in our series Legacy, we look at the lives of some of the most famous people to have ever lived and to ask if they have the reputation they deserve.
In this series, we look at J. Edgar Hoover, a man who held power at the highest level of American life for half a century.
The director of the FBI, Hoover was once revered. Now he's
What did
widely
I say? I said I'm gonna put like something on top of the pasta.
Follow
so
Legacy
that
now,
it's,
wherever
you know,
you
gonna
listen
stay
to
warm for longer. Because actually pasta cools off really quickly compared to other foods. But I completely forgot about it. So oh well. I'm just gonna I'm gonna cover it up. That's what I'm gonna do. Instead of like getting distracted. Is this big enough? Yep, it seems like it. There, okay. Should stay warm. I think at the end I'll probably, you know, try give it a taste test. Even though I probably should now, because like what if it's not good enough? What if it needs more salt, like I said, I can fix that. But I don't know. The mushrooms, I need to get them out of the way. They need to move because I need to put the pastry here. So there's a lot more mushrooms left than I thought. Luckily, I don't think they go bad, so I'll just keep them in the fridge where they were. And I think I need to get another tissue and clean the table before I put the pastry like out again. I don't want any water on it. Right, for the pastry, I already have like a box with like sugar and cinnamon. I don't know if I need more, but if I need more, I'll just obviously get the make some extra if necessary. I didn't agree with that. What would you add? Shrimps? It was the first thing that came to mind. It's a special stream today because usually I'm not on my own. Once I move away, I will do like these more often, but for now, like I'm on my own, so that's why. Okay, I need this, the paper. I kept my phone here because I was like, you know, in case I need to look it up really quickly. But I didn't need any help, which is good. I just remembered. If I don't use the scissors with this like paper, I end up like dripping all over the place, and I think it's just better to do so. There you go. Now I need to put this away as well. I'll put it here. I'm putting things all over the place until I get a chance to clean up, which I'm gonna clean up after eating. Well, this needs to go actually. Might be a bit too big actually. I think I'll just fold it. Yeah. Make sure it doesn't stick to the pan. Oh, I know. I've seen some videos where they add like even gummies and all sorts of things. I mean, sounds gross, but I guess if it would be a challenge, I would try. It looks fun. Oh, this has paper, that's why it looks like that. It's so soft and nice. Why is it like a poster? I thought it would be square. Okay, I probably should be a bit gentle with it instead of just grabbing it like that. I need to get rid of like this paper. It's so, as a kid, I used to like, you know, make homemade dough, and I used to play with it like a lot. Right, this, I'm gonna bin them now, so they're out of the way. Right. I don't know why it's like this. Like, why is it not a square? Also, it's so stretchy. I'm scared of ripping it. Let me just try to be careful and not stretch out too much. See, this could be kind of pizza in a way. I don't know. Did anyone? I'm guessing people tried making pizza out of like store-bought like pastry. Question is this gonna be enough, or do I need to make more? I was trying to see if there's anything on the stove, but nope. And make sure I open this without going everywhere. I'm not sure it's enough, because it's kind of, actually wait, I need to leave, maybe I'll leave this end. Oh, it smells so nice. Like, I think I need to make more, or at least like spread it out. Actually, might be okay. There's a lot on like on this side. Oh, it smells so nice. I love cinnamon smell. Like, gingerbread is like delicious, and just everything with cinnamon is just yummy. Carrot cake, all sorts of things. Should I just spread it with this? I feel like I should use something else, because I kind of want to use this to put like some water at the end so that I can stick it. Like, I'll roll it up and then stick it. I'm gonna use the end of it instead. Why use something else? I just need to like spread it around like evenly, because there's too much on like one of the sides. I can't be bothered to look for something else to spread it with. It looks like enough though, that's for sure. Some people like add also like drizzle over it, like sugar. But I don't really like it because it's already like sweet enough, so I don't have it. Like, if you buy it from the shop, it will be like a lot softer, and yeah, it will have the white like sugar stuff on it, the icing. But I prefer like the homemade one, at least without it. The ones from the shop are like a lot softer. I don't know if I don't think they're made with like pastry dough. I think it's like a different type. Okay, that's fine. I need water on this. Just a small amount so that it sticks. I can't even see it. Hold on, I need more. I can't actually see. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, it is working. Okay, I'm really curious to see, not how this tastes, because I think this should be fine, if the pasta is okay. Hold on, I'm having rolling issues. It's sticking, like, I don't know if I should have put some flour. It's kind of like stuck on the table. A small bit. Actually, it's fine now. It just looks a bit weird at the ends, but we just wing it. Okay, it's easier now. A whole lot easier. Okay. I find it like there's something peaceful about, I don't know, cooking in a way. Like, yeah, it can get annoying, like if you don't feel like doing it, it can get tiring, but you can just make something quick and then move on. Like I have certain days when I want to be, you know, in the kitchen for a long time, and then certain days when I'm like, I can't really be bothered, you know. So it just depends on the day. Like if I'm busy doing something and then it's, you know, approaching dinner time, even if I'm not hungry, I know that I should probably start making something because eventually I will be. So yeah, I don't like interrupting myself from doing something, but can I cut it with this? Will this be enough? It's kind of a sharp knife, so I think it should be fine. Although the chair is kind of in the way. I don't tend to really sit when I make something, because I need to move around quite a lot. I don't know how this is gonna end up. It looks like they're gonna be very small, but I know they get better. And I don't know if this is the best knife to like cut them. Like they look very small, but it's fine. It's the taste, right? That matters in here. Sometimes, like I know with cakes and all that, they kind of end up like getting bigger as they bake, so I'm not really worrying too much about it. If I was a chef, I would be making desserts. That's what I would be doing. I like desserts, they're nice. And by desserts I mean like stuff like this, not like candy. I'm not really a person like that likes candy that much. I just need like, I like having chocolate and bakery stuff, pastries. That's about it. Maybe I should cut more of them. They keep breaking like at the bottom and it's a bit annoying. I think I can also, like after I cut them, I think the oven should be hot enough so I can just, you know, put them in straight away. And I think that's it. Well, obviously I still have to wash them and not forget about them. But I think it should be fine. But I'm gonna clean actually. I'm gonna clean this table firstly because there's like sugar on it and I don't want it like on the clothes and everywhere. So yeah. Do I have space? I feel like I'm running out of space. Like, do I need the other one as well? Because I get a feeling I do. I think I do. I think I need the other one. I already filled that one. Where's the other one? Here. And I thought one would be enough. And now I don't have space. Guess I'm making 2 trays. I swear usually like I buy like the pastry that has like 2 of them in. This one just has 1 because I'm on my own, that's why. And I think it only requires like 1 tray. But I don't want to crowd them because I think they're gonna grow, so it's better if I just use the other tray since I have that option. How did I place those ones? Like that? No. Doesn't really matter. The only issue is, like what I'm noticing is, I think this is not a good thing to cut them with because they're kind of breaking apart. It bothers me. The fact that it breaks apart like this. A tiny bit. I look forward to being able to hear like what you guys are hearing. Because I have like music in the background, but I can't hear it. All I'm hearing is the oven, really. The oven and my own voice. I think with YouTube and streaming in general, like this stuff has helped me a lot with like, for example, not being as bothered with how I sound. When I edit the videos like with my voice in it, I'm not as bothered anymore. I used to not like it. I think a lot of people would agree with that though. They don't like how they sound on recordings. I got used to it, which is a good thing because I'm not as bothered about it anymore. If someone, like, let's say, records me or something. But it definitely helped me with that. And I think confidence overall as well. I don't know. It's been fun. I think it's been a while. I know I started with like Genshin a while ago. Which probably I won't go back to. I mean, I don't know, maybe with the next Archon quest, but I wouldn't do like the nowadays events because they're really like not fun, and I end up just skipping like through the whole dialogue and, you know, just wanting the rewards, and that's about it. So yeah, I just don't focus on it as much anymore, and I just focus on something that's really difficult, just like Bloodborne. Bloodborne is a interesting one. I mean, it's a fun game, even though it's a Souls game, so it's kind of really difficult. What's this gonna be like? It's so small. Oh well, I'll just put it there anyway, so then I can put them in. And I'm done. I feel like I fit a lot more on this one instead. I don't know how. It doesn't. Oh yeah, it's warm in here. Maybe push a bit more. But this one's too long. Maybe I'll just cut the extra instead of holding it because it doesn't seem to work. What's that sound? It sounds like something's frying over there. I think it was the paper. Yeah, the frozen ones in 2 packs. That's what I usually get. This one had 1 because I was like, it's just me. There's nobody else, so no point. You done it, which is... I'm just getting to reading the chat because I was busy cutting up the cinnamon roll. Did it pour everywhere? Oh, for the sugar and everything? Maybe. I mean, I know some people do like glaze after they're ready. But like I said, for me, I think they're sweet enough already, so I don't need even more like sugar basically. I try to not have too much sugar. I think we're done now. Like, all I have to do is, well, put the pasta in a bowl and then not clean up. That's what I want to do. I want to clean up, but I'm not gonna because I need to test the pasta and make sure that, you know, it tastes fine and all that, and make sure I eat it while it's, you know, warm, not freezing cold. But yeah, I'm just tempted to clean up. Like, after I finish cooking, I'm like, okay, time to clean up. No, first eat and then you can clean up everything. I will still clean up these because I need to like have space over here. And maybe we can play like some videos or something. I don't know. I'll look on the feed and see what's interesting. I don't know, maybe something else game related. I have no idea. Because the game that I want to play soon, actually, last year when we watched, I think, the Game Awards, there was this game announced that I thought was coming out this year, and it is coming out this year, but we still don't know when. But yeah, I wanted to like watch it. I wanted to play it this year, like now, but it's not out yet. Wuthering Waves. Isn't that from the Genshin company? I feel like one game that's gacha is enough. If for your mental state, one gacha game is enough. I think this, actually, I might not wash it because I'll make more. So I'll just leave it, like, I'll put it back where it belongs. It's like the cinnamon sugar box. Right, I need to make sure I don't burn these by accident. I know I just put them in, but I get a feeling if I start putting a video on and I'll get distracted with like, you know, trying the pasta and all that, I'm completely gonna forget about it, which wouldn't be ideal. Is it turn-based? I recently played something that was turn-based and it was really good. Well, it was a story game. I didn't drop anything. It was close though. Challenging combat. So is it turn-based? If it's turn-based, I can say I have experience now. Because that was at the beginning a bit difficult, but it's great. Oh, it's action. I've played yeah, turn-based game, and now I'm playing Bloodborne, which is a Souls game. Never played one before. Definitely difficult. I haven't even gotten past the first area. But I'm having fun. Like, I think next time I might be able to defeat like the boss, one of the bosses, because there's gonna be a lot more, that's for sure. I think the game is short, but it takes a while to defeat the bosses, especially if it's your first time playing it. And then I'm gonna consider after Bloodborne, if I manage to get through it, I'm gonna consider Elden Ring, which everyone has been playing nowadays. It looks fun, Elden Ring looks fun, but I think obviously it's still difficult, but yeah. However, next time it will be the Witcher DLCs that I'm gonna continue with, and then it will be Bloodborne again. Since I'm not streaming The Witcher on YouTube, since it has some scenes that I don't want to get banned for, so I can't, like, you know, turn them off, so I'm just gonna stream it just on Twitch. I trust Twitch when it comes to like scenes like that, and also like copyrighted music and everything. YouTube is a bit stricter with like everything, so yeah, I'd rather not. Right, how do I put this? I am overwhelmed with too many things going on. I need to mix it just a tiny bit. Oh, it's still hot, so that's fine. Right, these things. I can't even see like the bottom ones, which I'm worrying a bit about. It looks fine for now. If they probably need to stay like, I don't know, 20 minutes, half an hour, something like that. I know how they're supposed to look like, so obviously that's a good thing. I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to use this unless I just pour it into this, which could work, but I think the pan is too heavy, right, for one hand. Actually, hold on, what if I don't use this at all? Just put it here. Can I fit all of it, maybe? It's not falling. I can, but I think it's too much. It's too much. It doesn't look aesthetic at all. It's too much. Like, you're supposed to fill just like the bottom part, not all of it, because I tried to put all of it here so that I can just cover it up, like the extra that I won't eat because it's too much. So I think I need to get rid of some. I don't know how much to get rid of though. I might end up with like nothing after. I don't know. I feel like I'm making a mess. You know, it's kind of a pain in a way having small fingers as well, because I feel like if I had longer fingers it'd be a bit easier to like hold things and all that, but I didn't get lucky with I guess longer fingers. I don't know. I know that sounds weird, but it would have been useful if I had longer ones. Also, I get teased all the time about like my fingers being, you know, too small. So that's one of like the reasons why like the channel is called Tiny, because a lot of people tease me because I'm kind of short, like I'm like 5'3", and also my hands are small and my feet are small. I like to joke about the fact that they forgot to grow, basically. Okay, well, there is some left for tomorrow. I don't think I'm gonna eat all of that, but we'll see, because I need to try like dessert as well. We'll see if that's good. thinking about that. I should. Maybe I'm gonna put this, the pan, on top of the toaster. So then I have space for the trays. There. And I'm gonna rinse my hands because I swear they had oil or something on them. I'm not sure. Well, they have, some of them have funny shapes, but I think they look round now instead, like how they were at first. Now, I don't know if I'm forgetting something again. I think the only thing I need to do now is, well, maybe play some videos, eat, keep looking at the cinnamon rolls, you know, not forgetting about them, take them out, and then let them cool off, I guess. I don't know. Something like that. And yeah, but what would I play like? I don't even know. Also, I'm on the laptop, so it's like really far away from where I am, so I kind of have to stretch like on the table because the webcam is like literally on the laptop right now. So you guys are listening to music, right? Wait, let me hear. Okay. Thing is, I don't. How long are these? I'm not sure I'm gonna necessarily. Okay, they kind of reach all the way here. I'm not sure I'm gonna necessarily want them. Like I said, when I watch stuff, I don't necessarily like eating at the same time, unless I'm snacking on something, obviously. But I'm not snacking right now on anything, so yeah. I'm not a fan of eating and watching something at the same time because I like, you know, tasting the food. And if I feel like if I'm watching something, I'm distracted, so I don't really get to appreciate the food. Like every time I try, I always end up, you know, pausing the video and just focusing on the food instead. Should I go on YouTube again? I have a couple of pages open. I was supposed to open this page to see YouTube chat. If you're on YouTube, there you go. Just open it. And you could hear my voice. Let me mute it. So thing is, like with YouTube, the chat doesn't appear like on Twitch on the preview. So I have to like manually like go on the stream, like I'm watching my own stream, and then be able to see the chat because it just doesn't appear, and I don't know why. Because like I said, recently I started streaming like on YouTube as well, because I was like, why not? Especially since not everyone is on like Twitch. Right, let me get rid of the... Go on YouTube again. Let's see, what's on the feed? Anything interesting? Well, music. Cyberpunk. Which I've played. I'm not gonna watch my own videos, I don't do that. If I ever did say like... one of those like... the really long streams. I don't remember the names of, but the really long streams, the ones where you like stream for a long time, and obviously when I had to sleep, I would just probably be playing my own videos or something while I'm sleeping, so it's not boring. Although it's weird, like I edit my own videos, but I don't end up watching them because I don't know, I don't see the point. I've already experienced that in real life. I don't need to. Okay, what are the recommendations? Is this? Yeah, it's my account. I'm seeing like random things, like something game related maybe, or whatever, documentaries that are interesting, but not actually. I'm gonna type documentaries, but hopefully nothing sad. I'm also using only one screen, so I have to, you know, mess around with like everything. It's very different compared to when I have the setup and everything. I don't want to watch animal documentaries, nor like anything silly. You know what? I think we're always safe with sticking with something game related, if I'm being completely honest. I think it's always the safest bet. You did 10? I did one. I didn't do 24 hours, but I did like, I think I did 12 or something like that once, and it was alright. I watched some videos along the way and play games. I could have like lasted longer, but I was like, you know what, I think I should sleep because it was like 5 in the morning. So I was like, I should probably, you know, get some rest and leave it be. But it was fun. Like I would try, I guess, to do longer ones, like say like people do for days, right? The only issue is I think I would probably not be as energized because I don't get the break necessarily. Like at some point I get tired of speaking and I don't have as much energy anymore. And I think a really long stream might be like that. Like I end up being a lot quieter at some point because I get tired, like mentally tired. And also I don't really game that much. Like I game like 3 or 4 hours, sometimes a bit longer, but I don't think I can play the same game for like, I don't know, 13 hours. I see other people like play for a whole day the same game and I can't do it. I get bored. I need a break. I need to move around, you know, get some fresh oxygen and all that. I have no idea. This smells good though, and those as well look fine. Not done yet. I can't see the bottom ones, but I think they're the same as the top ones, so it should be good. Should I just play top 10 new games of July 2024? We kind of watched like the, not the awards, but we watched the live stream with some of them. But it's just something to play in the background because I feel awkward with you guys just watching me eat. And it's just something, you know, to play. Fine, I'll just play that and then I guess we'll go along the list. Obviously I don't want to play anything that's copyrighted, so I'll just stick to like, let's say documentaries, things like that. Like I said, it's always safe to kind of stick to game related stuff since that's what we're doing anyway. I would like to someday, I think, to do challenges as well. Oops, what happened there? Anyway, the screen went black and then, I don't know. Actually, I have this thing. I should probably just start the video and stop talking and eat before it gets cold. But the thing is, I want to say this, like I was playing, so I played Baldur's Gate 3 and I finished it like last week, I think. I still didn't uninstall it. I'm still playing it like in my own time. Things are still like, you know, similar, like the scenes and all that, so it's not much that different. But like I still play it a lot in my own time because I like creating different characters, because it's, I don't know, I like the character customization, and I added mods as well, so it's like a lot more fun now. And there's this scene kind of at the beginning of the game, sort of in the first act, where my computer always ends up like sort of shutting down. So I ended up just skipping through it and then it's completely fine. I don't know what about that scene is, but the scene ends up also being like really slow and then laggy. Like there's just something about it that doesn't work. So yeah, I don't know. Like I used to do this before, like the PC used to just shut down whenever I was doing like heavy gaming, and the only way I fixed it after many tries was by replacing the thermal paste on the GPU. So thank you for the GPU, basically. The only issue is I can't see chat if I play a video. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna open chat on my phone on Twitch so that I can see, because like I can't see it otherwise. Here. Wait, I don't want to see like my stream necessarily, just the chat. There. Okay. Well, let me switch over. It's actually it's a bit annoying. Like I don't even have so you're seeing all the OBS stuff now. I don't have like a preview or anything. Oh wait, I have my phone actually. What am I saying? But yeah, it's just like it's weird not having another
July is coming up quick,
screen.
and we got a lot of great stuff coming this month,
can
including
play
a
this
couple
and
of
then
things just
something
come out
else
of nowhere
next.
and look cool as hell.
I'll
Hi
just-
folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks,
headphone
the
in.
top 10
Let
new
me
games to pay
have a
attention
taste
to
test
in
of
July
this.
2024. Starting
Well,
off
let me
at
taste
number
the
10,
mushroom, actually.
I mentioned some things that came out of nowhere and look cool as hell. This is absolutely
tastes
one of
fine.
them. It's called Evil v. Evil, and I do realize that there are people that have been paying attention to it longer than I have, but
Is
it's not a
that a
game that's
multiplayer
been
game?
blasted
Because I
in our
don't like
faces
it
per
if it
se.
is.
It is a vampire shooter, but man,
Yeah,
oh
I'm not
man, does it
interested.
look like it's got some serious momentum. In a lot of ways, it kind of reminds me of the recent Dooms. Like, it clearly takes some influence there, but there's also obvious
It's fun.
visual cues that have absolutely
I think
nothing
it
to do
might
with
actually
Doom.
need more
It's very
salt, though.
fast-paced, very arcadey
If I'm being
looking.
honest.
You got vampire powers, you're blood-sucking, etc., etc. It
I did
advertises
mention I might
itself as a
add
game where you mow
it's
through
not enough.
hundreds of enemies without remorse, and the trailer makes it look
What
like
is the
that.
salt?
I mean, this honestly
I don't
looks
know
like
if I
one
can
I'm going to
reach.
have to play. It just feels like it's going to be a good time. I love some of the movement stuff that you see in the trailer, the big jumps.
I might
Evil
put
v.
by
Evil is a
accident,
PC game currently. I have to imagine it's going to be one that
in
hits
the
consoles
food.
eventually, but we'll
Maybe
be
I should
seeing it
plug this
hitting
on as well,
Steam
I don't know.
July 16th. Moving
Just
on to
make sure
number
I
9,
don't-
it's Zenless Zone Zero. I don't
this is from,
completely know what to make of this
Genshin
game.
Company,
It's a
Hoyoverse.
free-to-play action
This one
RPG.
seemed interesting.
It's a single-player game. We don't see a lot of free-to-play single-player games, and that does,
Still fine.
which obviously does imply live service, but I don't know exactly what that's going to entail. It's a very good-looking game. It's got an anime aesthetic, but it does it very, very well. So you play as a proxy, which
It
is
seems like
somebody who
Genshin,
I think acts as
but
kind of
not.
a guide or perhaps an assistant of some kind.
Maybe it doesn't have
obviously
that
a
much
deadly
open world
one,
stuff.
and you explore alternate dimensions and recruit new members to your party. Eventually, it looks like you get a fairly large party, and it looks like it could be a pretty fun and chaotic hack and slash. I'm excited to see where it goes. It's coming on Windows, mobile, and PS5 on July 4th.
Ideally,
At number 8
It
is
would be
Flock,
a game that's
really
finished.
cool-looking game. It's just really different looking. It's a game where you play as a bird rider,
Story-wise, I mean.
kind of shepherds a bunch of different animals around.
'Cause
There's a lot of
Genshin is, like,
exploration
still so
focus
far from
the
being done.
looks. Basically, you start off escorting hover sheep around, getting them to where you need to go, and then you start getting into more involved prospects. It's a very pretty game. Definitely evokes the kind of journey type aesthetic, in my opinion. And for me, that's a definite fun thing. Also, the game, in terms of what kind of game it is, does have a bit of a feel of that sort of
Yeah, I
journey
don't think
idea.
I would be
the
playing
less
as a bird.
action-oriented type game,
those
but
sheeps
there does
flying?
look to be a little bit more going on here than just simple point A to point B journey. It seems like a lot of the game will center around certain goals.
What
and
gets me
honestly,
into a
it,
game
it
is
looks
usually
like a
the
nice
story.
reprieve, something different. Every once in a while, you want to see something different, and this looks like it. Flock is coming to Xbox, PlayStation, and PC
I didn't even add
on
salt.
July 16th.
I said I will, and I
And number
forgot.
7 is Once Human, a survival game that really goes out of its way to sell itself as having a very unique world, a unique premise, a unique
PC only?
set of circumstances that you do not get in other survival games. Basically, it's kind of like if Annihilation was a survival game, but we see what I think looks like much better shooting than you might expect in even an action-oriented survival
Honestly,
game.
there's so many
you live
games
in a
out there
world where this
nowadays,
weird
even older ones that I wanna
Stardust
play, but I
alien
just-
thing comes down and
I don't
warps
have the
everyone's
time. There's
DNA.
just
It
too
is
many.
very different looking, and it is
Like, I
something
wish I
that
could
I
play
am
all of
very
them at
interested
once.
in. I hope that it fulfills the promise
A new
that
game,
it kind
like,
of gives
every
us
day of the
in
week
the
or
trailers that
something.
we've seen of it, because again, it kind of has the potential to be a very different but very good game. Once Human is coming to PC and mobile. It is landing on July 9th, and I think that it's definitely got a lot of potential. At number 6 is Shim, a game where you're a little shadow glob. I don't know what to call it, but you jump from shadow to shadow. They function like a puddle for you. And honestly, it's 100% the type of game you would play as a child, except for it's an actual game now, a video game, where you actually go into the shadow rather than just step on the shadow. I don't know how this didn't
I'm
get
not really
made
into,
earlier. It's a great idea
these
for a game.
type of games.
Also, I absolutely love the way this game
But I'm
looks.
sure there are people
it has a
that
very simple color
would love to
palette,
try
an
it.
isometric view, and honestly, it just looks like a load of fun. It's one of those games where I can definitely see myself playing it. It's coming to the Switch, the PlayStation, and Steam July 18th. And number 5 is Earth Defense Force 6.
I mean, I'm kinda, like,
And if
willing
you're
to try
familiar, Earth
anything,
Defense
but
Force is a series
doesn't mean
of
I'll enjoy
what I would
it.
call arcade shooters.
And I don't like
You
leaving,
got,
games
aliens,
incomplete if I
robots,
start playing them.
kaiju, and most importantly, giant insects.
Why is
And
this-
you're basically just mowing all of it down. This is a series that stretches all the way back to 2003.
Yeah, I was about
it's
to
not
say,
the first
it
one that we
feels like I'm
saw in the
watching
United States. It
games
was a
from the
Japanese only game
2000s.
called Monster Tech. The next game is called Global Defense Force. It was released on PlayStation in the U.S. back in 2005, and then it switched
keep
over to
making
Earth
sure
Defense
the
Force
cinema rolls are
and
not
started
burning.
going multi-platform here in the U.S. And that's basically what it's been the whole time since then. It is a ridiculous game. It is extremely over the top. It is completely aware of everything about itself, and it uses that to its advantage. Earth Defense Force is a great series. I'm quite excited to play a new Earth Defense Force game, honestly. This game has actually been out in Japan for 2 years, so we've been kind of
Really?
just in limbo over here in North America, and we finally
How
get
is
it.
it out
It's an
and
interesting
we
plot
don't get
that
it?
actually
How does that
has
make
you
sense?
going back in time to try to alter the events of Earth Defense Force 5, but you end up
Because
causing
I
a
might have to
time
check
loop,
them, like,
and I'm
actually
sure
get
that
up
that's
and check
gonna
them.
just be
But they
bizarre
still
and
look
silly.
like
Also, what better
not
excuse to make
done,
another one
so-
of these games? Earth Defense Force 6 is coming to PlayStation
it should
and
be
PC July 25th. At number 4 is Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn, an action RPG. I think the Souls-like with guns is now becoming a thing.
I've seen
I mean, to
this
be fair,
one
it's a
before,
subgenre
but I'm not
that
sure
is
if I
ripe.
was, like,
The Remnant
interested or
games do it well, and I would say that this is not quite that. There is a little bit more focus on hand-to-hand or close-range combat, but there's definitely a lot more projectiles than there would be in a normal Souls-like. There's also some traversal stuff in this game that is just totally out of the ordinary for one of these types of games. It definitely looks good. And there is a demo to play if you would like. I haven't really gotten the
Makes me
chance to
think
sit
of,
down with it, but it is
Assassin's
one
Creed
that
in a
I
way.
am intending to
Valhalla.
play. Because obviously we have a little time between now and July 18th. It's one that I think looks good. And I do think it has a little bit different of a flavor than Remnant, so to speak. But it also seems like something that exists because Remnant existed and somebody
See, I should
realized
play
that it was
Remnant
a viable
and all these games
subgenre,
mentioned.
which I'm happy about. I would like more
So that I'm
Souls-likes
familiar
with
with, like,
guns.
what
I
people
think
say
that's a
about
good
them.
genre, and I think there's a lot of people that could do a lot with it. So I'm happy to see Flintlock: Siege of Dawn. It's coming to PlayStation, Xbox, and PC July 18th.
I'm not sure about that one.
And
though.
number 3 is
Why
Frostpunk
is it-
2,
Am I
a
near the
game
mouth?
I actually am a little bit shocked is happening. They announced it 5 months ago. I was not really expecting
I thought
it,
that said
but
Cyberpunk.
Frostpunk is a really good city sim that adds a lot of survival elements, particularly the fact that it's set in the frozen, solid, post-apocalyptic world it is. It's also kind of a bleak game that you're fighting against a lot. That isn't just the elements. It isn't just the fact that it's more narrative oriented than your typical city builder, but that
Oh,
narrative
no,
isn't
not
predetermined.
interested.
It's
Straight
a
away.
game that really makes you feel
I don't
the
like city
stakes
builders or
and
anything like that.
ramps up the drama a
boring for
great
me.
deal. It's not, again, your typical city builder. Very,
Also,
very
I think
survival
it'd be boring
oriented,
to stream
very,
as
very
well. Like, who wants to watch you
management
build
oriented, but again,
a
the stakes
city?
get very
Maybe
high.
even
I
Sims would
enjoyed
be
the
more
first one.
interesting.
It seems like they're expanding
I don't
the
even
systems
like
quite a bit for the second
Minecraft.
one. It looks much
I've
more
tried to play
involved,
Minecraft
and I
for,
think
like,
that's the right
an
direction
hour.
to go in.
I
So
start
I'm quite
yawning
excited to
because
see
I get bored.
exactly how it pans out. Frostpunk 2 is coming to PlayStation, Xbox, and PC July 25th. And number 2 is Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess, a game that, in my opinion, actually, the way that the game moves reminds me a lot of Pikmin, but it's not Pikmin at all.
Where's
it's an
Phantom
action
Blade
game.
Zero?
It does have
That's
a
the best
day-night
game of the
cycle.
year so-
I will say
so
it
far.
does look like it has some of the
About to be
ideas
released.
of Pikmin, but obviously there's no Pikmin. You're
Hold on, I
you're a
think
guy. It's a single-player game.
might be-
You're out fighting
I'm
against
getting
a
the headphones
defilement
in.
that sort of
I be
mutates
ready?
the mountain and screws everything up. While for whatever reason, Pikmin was something that I picked out immediately. If you look at how it fights, you can see some Monster Hunter,
the
you
top
can
ones
see
are.
some
The bottom
Dragon's
ones not. I
Dogma,
think
that
it's
type of
just
thing in there. But I would also say that your perspective is very different. It's not just a direct third person. It's a sort of external camera. Not isometric necessarily, but I don't know. We've been seeing more games use
Yeah,
this
the
type
top
of a
ones are
view lately, and it's definitely not something that pisses me off. Some games just really work better from that perspective. They don't all have to
you can't
move
see it, yeah.
over to complete third person,
Yeah.
over the shoulder camera stuff. This looks like a kind of old school game in some ways, but also a kind of very more involved game that's trying some new ideas, and I like that a lot, obviously. It's also really just a different looking game.
I mean,
Like I said, visually it evokes Pikmin,
Not
but
weird.
it's also very
You know what's
obviously
something
not
that
Pikmin.
always fails
It's a
for
game
me, though?
I'm pretty excited
Cookies.
for. I've been
Whenever I try to
following
make
for a while,
cookies,
and I'm excited
just-
to play
I
it
can't
when it
make
comes to
them. It doesn't work.
PlayStation,
I
Xbox,
try
and
to make them and they
PC,
don't
July
grow. They
19th.
just end up being completely flat.
And number 1, finally, is the
First
first
place.
Descendant, a
Better be
looter
something
shooter,
good.
a free-to-play one, with some really beautiful Unreal Engine 5 powered
Well,
graphics.
if this
Definitely
is a space
doing a
game,
lot
I'm
in
not
terms
so
of
sure
getting your
about that.
attention with visuals. It looks like the game is oriented
Star
towards
Wars.
the story. I don't know if that story is going to be something that continues on indefinitely or not. It is free to play, so it's safe to assume live
free to
service
play,
stuff.
then that means
Again,
it's
a lot of
like
these games, they have a lot
something
of
online,
potential.
most
I'm not
likely.
saying that a free to play live service game is automatically bad. In fact, a lot of the time I'm often lamenting that a game looks good and is that, but I am also
If it's online,
always
it
going
doesn't
to
mean
give
it's
them a
bad.
chance. It's definitely got an intriguing
just-
world, very beautiful
won't
graphics.
play it for long,
The
that's for
first
sure.
Descendant is coming to Xbox, PlayStation, and PC July 2nd. Have a couple of bonuses for you. Cataclysmo, an RTS castle builder in which you're essentially designing a fortress that you will be fighting tooth and nail to protect as it is attacked by hordes of monsters and whatnot. It's a pretty
Remember when I used
cool
to
looking
play,
game.
like, a lot of
There is a
Valorant?
demo available if you
Like
want to
on
check it
stream
out.
as
It's
well?
also going to land on PC
And
July
I don't do it
16th.
anymore, not even
F1
in my
Manager
own time. I just
2024.
got
If
bored.
you like all of the stuff involving
I get,
racing
like, sometimes
outside the
addicted to
racing,
these
that's what
online
F1
games.
Manager is for. And
after a while, I just
obviously, it is
get
a
tired. I
yearly
wanna play
series
something
that will
story,
add new
you know,
things
something with
involving
a
the
good
roster
story.
and features. F1 Manager 2024 is coming to Xbox, PlayStation, and PC on July 23rd. And finally, College Football 25, a game with a surprisingly hype trailer. The first EA Sports NCAA game since
I'm so
NCAA
tempted to
Football
move
14
the
back
laptop
in
closer to me,
2013. So
but
it's been
I need to
11
move
years.
closer to
It
it
rightfully deserves
because of
a
the
hype
fact
trailer,
that,
and it does look like a game that lives up to exactly what it's supposed to be. Obviously, we
move
won't
the
know until it
laptop
comes
'cause it has
out,
the
but it
camera
is
on it.
coming out on Xbox and PS5
I
on
don't
July
think
19th. That's all for today.
we
Leave us a
care
comment.
about-
Let us know what you
I didn't like any of these games, if I'm being completely honest. Like, I don't know, I'm not interested. You won't regret buying? Okay, why not? I'll be the
The
judge
double
of
A
that.
game market is quickly
I wanted to
becoming
play
a
Robocop,
beacon of hope
actually.
when AAA
Like,
games
before it came out.
continually fall flat. Hi,
But
folks,
now
it's
I don't really
Malcolm,
have it on
today
my
on
list
Game Rings,
anymore.
20 double A
What's that
games
one?
you won't
That looks
regret
kinda like
buying.
Cyberpunk,
Starting
anyway.
off with number 20 is Nine Souls. At first glance, this game might look like another middling indie Metroidvania,
Yeah, I won't
but
be
believe
playing.
me, it's definitely different. For one, it's made by
I'll
Red
just
Candle
play maybe
Games, who are mostly
Little
known for their
Nightmares.
cinematic horror games like Devotion. It's their follow-up, and it's one hell of a shift, going from making surreal first-person horror to a side-scrolling action
getting
game.
full
It
now.
may look like maybe a little more cartoonish Hollow Knight, but it ain't. What makes this game different is its emphasis on parry mechanics and extreme difficulty. It's one of those games that puts all its cards on the table right from the start. Like, it starts off hard, and it only gets tougher as it goes along, and you're either going to be here for that or you aren't. It's quality stuff, though. The animation is gorgeous. The combat's snappy, it's responsive, the boss fights are fantastic. If you hate parry mechanics, stay far, far away from this one. But for
I
everybody
don't hate
who
it.
is good with it, or maybe not even as good with it, but
I just
likes
usually
it,
don't use
for
it, I
everyone who's
guess.
okay with parry mechanics, it's one of the best games in recent memory. At number 19 is Still Wakes the Deep. The first half of 2024 has
this
been
one.
pretty good for indies and double A's.
I think I
we've
have
been
it saved
swimming
on
in
my,
them, and
like, wish
they don't
list.
stop coming. Every week, Valve
saved,
releases
like, a
an
bunch of
tidal wave
games
of
to
games
my
that
wish
no
list
human
on,
being
like,
would
the
possibly
console.
find the amount of time to
In
play
case,
all of
you
them,
know,
except
I
us,
ever wanna play
obviously.
them
We
or
play
run out of
everything.
things.
That's the Game Ranks difference.
Doesn't mean
Enjoy
I'll
Game
buy them or
Ranks.
play them, but I
Editor,
just
use
saved
AI
whatever
to
seemed
generate a
interesting.
vintage Coke ad, but instead of Coca-Cola, the bottle says Game Ranks. You're welcome, everyone. Anyway, developed by the Chinese Room, the guys responsible for stuff like Dear Esther, Amnesia, A
Is this
Machine
like
for
horror
Pigs,
game?
and bizarrely now, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. We'll see how that works out. Still Wakes the Deep is a game that is much more in these guys' wheelhouse. It's a first-person horror game set on a destroyed oil rig. I'm here for the horror, but it can't be denied just how beautiful this game is. It's easily hitting AAA levels of visual fidelity. There's
feel
just
like
no
it still
room
needs more
with major
salt.
publishers for smaller,
trying
more
to finish,
cinematic
but I don't
games
think I
like
will
this,
be able
though.
to.
The important thing to know is that
There's
it's
like a
not
bit
Alien
left.
Isolation.
I think
It's
I'm just
definitely
gonna
more of a
pour it
linear,
back with the
story-driven
rest for
experience.
tomorrow.
More of a game
'Cause
than their other horror games, which are very much
I don't know if I'll be
walking
able to finish all
simulators.
of it.
There's some mechanics that definitely put it in a more
I mean, usually like the type
skill-based
that,
area, but
you
maybe
know,
not necessarily
ever
as
since I was
heavy
young,
as
I was
other
taught
certain
to
horror
finish
games.
everything from my
It is
plate.
more limited good, but the writing
So,
is very
I'm
good,
trying,
and the visuals
but
are
it's
astounding.
kinda too much.
So if you go
and
with the
I
right
wanna try, like, the
expectations, this is
cinema
an
also, so I wanna
impressive
see if
game.
they ended up good.
And number 18 is Dread Delusion. This game developed by a very small amount of people. Looks like an indie, but it's got aspirations of a AAA. Rather than the
graphics don't look
usual
too bad.
fare you get from small studios, this game wants to be nothing less
Consider
than a
the fact that I'm
spiritual
playing Bloodborne at the
successor to
moment.
games like Morrowind. They wanted to make a Bethesda-style RPG, and amazingly, they actually succeeded. Player agency is the name of the game. You build the character however you want. You can be a wizard, a warrior, a sneaky thief who can climb
Why is it
buildings
Minecraft?
and lockpick doors, talk your way out of situations, use
It's
lore to
giving
uncover
Minecraft.
ancient secrets,
I don't know,
blah,
it
blah,
just
blah.
seems
There's so
the
much
cubes
stuff you
and
can do.
everything.
And it's all set in a free-form environment where
Looks
you
like
can explore
Apocalypse or
however
something.
you want. It's not nearly as huge as even Morrowind, but the exploration is top-notch. The world, which is made up of floating islands, is all handcrafted with these unique, beautiful dungeons, carefully designed enemy encounters, and the combat is maybe nothing to write home about. Like, you understand what you're getting, understanding it is a Bethesda-like, but it does add a necessary layer of challenge to all the questing. Another positive here is that the story is absolutely bizarre. You're an agent of the Inquisition, who in this world are god hunters, secular inquisitors. Everything's
I think I
just
need to
crazy.
check on
It's super
the
freaky looking,
rest of
okay?
the
It's
roles.
amazing. It's one of the strangest, most fascinating worlds I've ever seen. The gods are hunted and their followers work in secret. If you can get past the purposefully abrasive
No more.
visuals, there's a ton to like here. And number 17 is another
Can't finish
Crab's
it.
Treasure.
Too much.
Another game that looks very indie, but the production and scope make it AA. You've probably seen the memes. It's the Crab-like, a Souls-style game where you play as a
Souls
crab.
game?
And that might sound like a one-joke premise, but this game is way more
Wait, I
than
wanna
that.
hear this
What makes
before
this
I
one different
check.
from the many other Souls games out there is how it's more of an action platformer hybrid. You're going
I've
to be
never
doing
seen
a lot
a
of
Souls
precision
game
jumping,
so
climbing, and
cheerful.
grappling to get around. And it does it well, gives it a very distinct flair. The combat's very good too. As a hermit crab, you'll be able to find any junk in the environment to wear
Wait,
as
these
a
are
shell.
out right
every
now,
soda
right?
can, every
'Cause it says
shot
best
glass,
games
shoe, it all has different
to buy
defensive
that you won't
properties,
regret, so
as
these
well
are
as a
out now.
special ability. It's basically this
I
game's
thought these are,
Ashes of
you know,
War.
upcoming,
It's
'cause
a
I've never
great
heard of these
system
before.
that adds tactical depth in how you engage enemies. It's also surprisingly tough. It's obviously easier than many of From's games, but I'd say it is harder than a lot of other Souls-likes
Wait, is
out
this
there.
from
It's
Soft as
got
well?
a big world, a lot of
That
bosses.
made Elden
It's
Ring and
surprisingly
Bloodborne.
dark and bitter in terms
Right,
of
I need to check the
story,
cinema rolls.
which for me is a big plus. But if you're a diseased Souls-liker, if you are afflicted with liking Souls games, this is one you got to try at
no,
least.
they can stay a bit more those ones.
And number 16 is Lorelei
However, I
and the
can
Laser
try-
Eyes, another indie developer who's stepping into the world of AA. Simogo are the
shape
guys
of
who made
this
the
one?
indie darling
on,
Sayonara
I need
Wild
to
Hearts. They're
clean
doing
this up
something
first.
similar here with Lorelei. It's a heavily stylized
wanna go
mood
on
piece,
full
but it takes it a
screen,
step up
like,
from the
pause
previous
the video
game
for a bit,
with the
and go on full
gameplay.
screen.
It's a puzzle game set in a huge Resident Evil style mansion.
put the
It's a game with
headphones
horror
away.
elements, but I
Kinda
wouldn't call
bothers
it
me
a
because
horror
the
game.
screen, like,
Vibes
is so far
are what I'm
away,
gonna say
and the
pure
earphones
killer
are long
7.
enough, but not at the
Nervy,
same time.
off kilter,
It's
weird
'cause of the
energy.
camera, but, like,
You
I
wander
wanna show you
around,
the,
solve
like,
puzzles,
shape.
create shortcuts, try to find answers to
Let me
this
just
really
pause
visually.
this. Look at the shape of this. Like, what is this? Like, here. Like, what's this shape? It's the end, that's why. Like, not all of them are like this. Like, if I don't know, show you this one. This one looks fine, see? It's okay. But that one looks funny. Actually, I'm gonna try this one. I don't think it has much, like, cinnamon, but I'll try it. It's like ASMR. I forgot you can hear everything. Yeah, it doesn't have much cinnamon, this one, so I'm not sure. Like, I can't really tell. It's a bunny, yeah. I need to try one that actually has a lot of the cinnamon stuff, not the end. But it looks funny. Let me see. I'll try the one I picked up. And then I think that's it, because I'm really full. Oh, you can hear the crunching, I forgot. I don't have the filters on. If I had the filters on, you wouldn't be able to hear me, like, drink, eat, or anything like that. I'm not doing, like, ASMR, food ASMR. These are fine. It tastes fine. The other one was just the end, so it didn't have much, like, sugar and cinnamon in it. Okay, let's go back to the video.
Inventive
Might end
and
up
unique
cleaning,
location,
like, after I
and
finish
there's
this,
laser
I
eyes
might
in
end
there
up moving around
somewhere.
and cleaning.
It's one of those games that's best
Even
played
though I wanna
spoiler
see,
free,
like,
so
the
all I'm
games
gonna
as
say
well.
is check it out if it looks appealing to you. And number 15 is Banishers: Ghosts of New Eden. This is as a AA ass
this,
of
watch
a
this one.
AA game as one can get. When I think of AA, this is what I think of.
Maybe
It's
I'll
not
just
quite up
watch
there with the
things
big
and at the
boys, but
same
it's
time,
playing around
look
in a
back
genre usually
and check
exclusive to
what's-
major studios.
what's
In this
new.
game's case, basically a God of War reboot-like. It's very different in a lot of ways, but the combat, exploration, and the crafting and collecting,
gonna clean.
very similar to Santa Monica Studios' work. But I'm not trying to sell this game short. I expected something a lot less ambitious, like maybe another Vampire, the developer's
The only
previous
pain
game.
is gonna be
but
having
Banishers
to,
has so much more going for it. Set in the
bring all of
colony of New
these
Eden
upstairs,
and the surrounding
because my
environment.
room
You
is,
play
like,
as a Banisher,
upstairs,
a guy responsible
like,
for
bring
investigating
the mic.
and banishing ghosts.
Actually,
The
another
ghost
thing is
cases are
plugging
the
them
game's
back in,
strongest
but luckily
feature.
just the
Each
webcam and the
investigation is
mic.
well written and interesting, and a lot of people force you to confront difficult topics. It's up to you to decide how to resolve things. It's like a hybrid between God of War and a
I'd
full
also be
RPG
wanting to, like,
because
wash
there's so
some
many
clothes,
decisions to
but the
make,
issue
and they
is,
can make
like,
a
I
huge
wanna put them
effect on the state of the
outside
world
so
and the
that they
characters in
dry.
it. The combat
But
is a little
today
more
I think
divisive.
it was saying that
Personally,
it's
I like
gonna
the
rain,
character
and I don't
swapping
think it
gimmick,
did
but
rain.
some people find it frustrating.
tomorrow,
I get it.
well,
If you're just there for the story, though, turn
I
down the
think it's
combat
gonna rain. It
difficulty.
might be,
But
know,
I will
cloudy,
say,
but I think
try
it's
to
gonna be
engage with it first. It takes a little
okay.
getting used to, but I ended up really liking it. And number 14
I
is
have, like,
Unicorn Overlord. It's not the
sort
kind
of
of
like a
game I
meeting
normally think of with
tomorrow,
double A's,
so that's why I'm
but it's
not
not an
sure.
indie, and it's not a Final Fantasy VII
if I should,
remake
wash the
tier
clothes and
RPG.
put
So
them
what is
outside.
it?
What if it starts
Vanillaware
raining
has
and I
been a
don't
double A
notice?
developer since
Kinda
before the
sure
term
with
was
the
even
weather
coined.
here,
They've always
right?
been a kind of second stringer doing amazing
says that
work.
it's gonna be sunny, but
13
it's not.
Sentinels, Aegis Rim might be the game that people sit up and take notice, but Unicorn Overlord, it's probably their best all-around game.
these need to stop.
Combining
I
an
almost forgot
open-world
about these ones.
RPG with a
I
real-time
was just looking,
strategy
like, did I get
type
them out and I
thing.
left the
There's
oven
things
on?
that this game is like, but somehow it's very unique. The biggest draw for me is the unit builder, where you can mix and match units together to form a single unit of up to 5 members. Each individual character has their own strengths and weaknesses, so unit building is all about maximizing strengths and shoring up weak areas. It's a game with a ton of tactical depth, but it's also fairly forgiving for new players. Battles are fast, and you can actually grind for experience on the fully explorable world map. There are side quests and mini games. It's much more than your standard strategy game, which is usually just a linear series of battles and nothing else. The story, pretty basic, no Final Fantasy Tactics or anything, but everything else is very good. If you like tactics games, anyways, then this is one of the best.
I have another one to show you.
And number
It's, like,
13 is
another
Indica.
weird shape.
In a year with Lorelei and Laser Eyes, this game is somehow the weirdest thing to
What's
come
that
out.
game?
I mean, it's
Indica?
saying something to say that, too. Published by 11-Bit Studios,
Oh, I
who are
have subtitles,
definitely an
actually, 'cause I can't
indie/mid-budget
hear, like, 'cause I
house.
don't have the
Indica is a
earphones
game
in,
where you
I
play
can't
as a
hear what he's
nun
saying,
in the 19th
but I can
century,
see the
which might make you
subtitles,
think
so
it's
I
some
can
kind of
kind of,
dour history game, but
just read them and be
no,
able to tell.
it's not that. It's wild as
looks
hell.
like
This is another game where it's
I
best to
don't
go
know,
in blind, but the
nun
visuals
game.
are really impressive,
Maybe
and
you
the
go to the
story
church or
is
something.
beyond bizarre in the best possible way. It seems like it's going to be a walking
look
simulator, but it's
interesting anyway. I
so
don't know.
much
It
more
seems
than that.
different
It's
compared to what you
relentlessly
usually get.
linear, so it's
For
definitely a
example,
story
like,
game above everything else, but it takes some unbelievable
I like when
turns that you
companies
just
do
have to
different games
experience for
instead of
yourself.
like the same thing over and over again. Like
And number 12 is
Assassin's Creed.
Asterigos, Curse of the
Ubisoft keeps
Stars,
making,
a
like,
game that's
bunch
been
of,
out a
like,
couple years, but
Assassin's
compared
Creed
to
games.
other
What
more
about Far
high-profile
Cry?
Souls-likes, I feel like it's
I've
been
never actually played
overlooked
any
rather than your
Far Cry
usual dark
games
fantasy.
fully.
Asterigos
I've played, like,
goes
a
for the
few,
ancient
started them,
Greek
but never
theme
finished
that
them.
instantly makes it stand out. Combat's
I
decent,
I
not the
have, like,
most
Far
impressive,
Cry
but it works
5 or
well.
6,
There's a
I don't
huge
know which
variety
one
of
it is.
enemies, and best of all,
I would
it's got a
play on stream
sprawling and
eventually
interesting
just
world to
'cause I
explore.
did enjoy
It's
it,
the
but I
closest
just
game
got
I can
distracted.
think of
I feel like when
that
I
actually
stream,
manages to
kind
capture
of forces
some of
me
those
to, you know,
feelings of
finish
playing
the
Dark
games and all
Souls for the
that,
first
so it's a
time.
good thing.
The world
Like,
is huge and
I don't get
interconnected
distracted with other
in a lot of
things.
surprising and interesting ways. There's a
Anyway,
ton of different
those are more
locations,
fun compared to these.
many
But it's
bosses,
fun.
and it's
I
just a
just
joy
think
to
there's too
explore.
many.
That's
See,
really the game's
it
strong
sucks.
suit, the world
Like,
design. The
when-
story is
when there's
pretty
nobody
interesting too,
else,
to be
it's
fair.
just like,
The
what do I
characters
do
do
with all
talk a
this?
little bit
It's
much.
a lot.
That's a common problem
And
with
imagine if I
indies.
had
They
two
love the
pastries.
world
I
they
mean,
created
I would
just
have
a
done
bit
both
too
of
much,
them.
but also sometimes that's a bit of the charm.
Okay, I should
It's a
clean.
great world,
I'll
though.
leave you with the
One of the
game.
best
I'll
I've
have
seen
a
in these
glance
types of
every
games.
now and then.
And while it can be a little rough around the edges, the passion the devs put into the project really shines through. And number 11 is American Arcadia, another game that's easy to write off as another indie side-scroller, but the presentation is much more ambitious than it might initially appear. There's multiple gameplay styles, there's songs written just for the game, little cartoons, this whole elaborate backstory. It's a bigger and bolder game than the Truman Show ripoff it initially appears to be. Yes, there is the usual cinematic platform you see in all sorts of indie games, but then there are these first-person segments where you control the woman helping from the inside. They do some really creative stuff, cross-cutting between the two characters. It's another game where it's better to just go into it without knowing a lot, because it is very story-driven. But check it out if you have any love for modern cinematic platformers like Inside. It will scratch that itch. And number 10 is Remnant 2. The first Remnant was a bizarre and risky idea, a Souls-like third-person shooter with roguelike elements. Sounds like a disaster, but it actually worked, and the sequel is better, even. There's a strong undercurrent of mystery to this game. There's a lot of secrets tucked away in the darkest corners of the world, and the random element obviously makes finding this stuff even trickier. The devs really wanted to create some unique and memorable scenarios, so no two playthroughs are exactly alike. One player might experience this crazy event, while another player gets something completely different. A very unique approach to this sort of game, which is already fairly unusual because the focus on long-range combat. It's a game that's fun to play on your own, but can be played entirely co-op, and that works very well, actually. The production values are impressive, the bosses are often spectacular, and there's great replay value here for secret hunters. It's a great game all around. And number 9 is Ghost Runner 2. It's Ghost Runner 1 more. I don't know if the first Ghost Runner was AA, but the sequel absolutely is. Huge variety of locations compared to the first game. More variety in gameplay styles, improved bosses, better production values. The story is a pretty clear improvement from the original game. I mean, it's not a lot longer than the first game, but there's a lot more to it. Like, your allies have actual models now. There's a motorcycle, which allows for some amazing set-piece moments.
I don't think he cares about safety regulations. I mean, can he even open it? We'll find out, won't we?
The new combat abilities are maybe a little more divisive. Certain people prefer the purity of the combat in the first game, but I personally like the changes. Having an actual block button is a godsend. If you liked the first game, it's more the same, but bigger and with a clearly bigger budget also. It's still the closest thing we have to a first-person Hotline Miami, and it does it really
I'm only
well.
gonna show like the ones that they taste fine. Like they taste literally like cinnamon rolls. They taste fine, but they are a bit weird. Like, look at the shape of this. Like, what is this? What can this be? However, like these ones are a bit more burnt compared to like the first one, like these ones. I don't know. They seem fine overall though. It's just the ends are just funny because they don't look like cinnamon rolls and they don't taste like them either. Because of the fact that, you know, they don't really have that much. They're just the ends, so it makes sense. But they're still fine to eat. It's not too bad. Here. Yeah, what's this game? Like, what's it called? Like a Ghost Runner? I've heard of that before, actually. It reminds me of Cyberpunk. Obviously, I don't think it has necessarily as good of a story, or maybe it doesn't necessarily have too much of a story, but graphics and everything.
And number 8 is Stray. These sorts of linear, story-driven, graphical experiences used to be exclusively AAA, but now with expectations so much higher in that market, there's room for more modest developers to step in and do something much more unique in that space. Stray is one of those. It's instantly appealing. You play as a cat. For many people, that's it. That's all you need. But what really impressed me from the start is the animation. The cat, it doesn't look real, but the way it moves around the environment is spot
just like
on.
with reactions, I feel like I just wouldn't have much to say about this game. I'd just be walking around and not really.
The story's interesting too.
I
Your
guess.
cat got separated
I
from
always
their
worry
family.
about this,
You're
but I
forced to
end up,
navigate through the
like,
dangerous
rambling
streets
a
of this
lot
seemingly
anyway.
abandoned underground
I don't
city.
know.
It's well paced. It's fun. It doesn't
It
get too
depends, I
challenging,
guess.
but it stays
I think
engaging
it does
throughout.
what
It's
game
not
you
always
play as well.
completely
Like, if it's a
linear
game that
either.
doesn't have
Sometimes the
much,
game opens up and
going
lets you
on,
explore and just be a
I'm
cat
not
for a
gonna be
while,
saying
and that is a
much
lot of
because
fun. It's not mechanically complex or anything, but it's an experience that's really satisfying.
Pasta, right? I need to put it back. And then the cinnamon rolls on a plate, cover them up, and get rid of the trays.
And number 7 is Solar Ash. This surprising follow-up to Hyper Light Drifter is part Super Mario 3D World Bowser's Fury and part Jet Set Radio Future. Set in an appropriately bizarre pastel world, you explore the world on laser skates, you find collectibles, and you battle giant Shadow the Colossus style monsters.
I feel like if I had some wine maybe for the like mushroom pasta, it would have been even better. Because I know like white wine in it. I didn't
It's
have
a whole
any
lot going on at
well.
once, but
I don't
the central
drink,
movement
so
mechanics are so good
I
that it
don't
really
buy it,
works.
but
It's a very
maybe I would
gameplay-focused
just
sort of thing.
buy
There
it
is a
just for
story,
this
and it's not pure
specific meal,
nonsense,
so
but the
I
real
just have
fun
it in
here
the
is figuring out how to
household
navigate the
whenever I'm
environment
making
using your abilities.
'Cause I know
If you
you
like a
said,
game
like,
with
I
a
had
good
at the
rail
restaurant
grind, Solar
once,
Ash is where to go.
like
It's a
mushroom
very
pasta, and it
fun
was,
and
like,
very
really
unique
nice.
game, completely different from Hyper
And I
Light
know it had,
Drifter,
like,
but I'm
wine
not
in
saying
it.
that in a bad
So
way,
she
and
said I
honestly there's stuff
had it.
about
And
it
I was
that
like-
feels
I was a
right at
bit
home
worried
with
that I
that
had
sort of
wine
thing
in it, 'cause
anyways.
I was like, I don't want
I
to
can't
drink
say enough
alcohol.
good about Solar Ash,
But you
honestly.
could have really tasted like a whole, so it was perfectly fine. Well, the oven is good, quite
And number 6 is a Plague Tale Requiem. I don't know what else needs to be said about this game. It's the ultimate double A. It's France's mid-budget answer to The Last of Us. And while the first game was ambitious, the sequel is even more so.
It is a good,
It's got
like,
an impressively long
breakfast as well, 'cause
campaign
I'm not
and
the
even
type
more
of person to
complex
have,
stealth
like,
mechanics. It's a
eggs,
story game and a stealth
bacon and all
game.
that. I
You
don't
got to
even eat,
avoid
like,
the many
bacon.
enemies hunting the main character and her
or
brother
just eat,
Hugo
like, in terms
while
of meat,
dodging
like
deadly
fish and,
swarms
like,
of,
chicken.
I guess,
I quit,
semi-mystical
like,
diseased
beef and all
rats.
that, like, a long time ago. Even though sometimes like certain things are tempting, and I did have pork I think last year by accident because I got this sandwich when I was like on holiday and I didn't know it had like a pork like ham, and it tasted fine. But I just don't. I choose not to eat it anymore. So yeah, like I said, I'm not a fan. Like I
You
don't
gotta
eat in the
solve
morning
like
stuff,
mostly
like,
simple puzzles. I'm not gonna say the puzzles are
eggs and
particularly
all
hard.
that. I
Sticks
prefer to
pretty
use,
close
like,
to the
cereal
Naughty Dog
or,
formula, but that by
something
itself
like
is
biscuits
impressive. It's a
with
style of gameplay
tea, something
a lot
like
of the
that.
big devs and publishers stay away from
than a
because it's
whole
hard to feel good, but they pull it off and they make it look easy. It's also absolutely gorgeous.
Wait, where's the
It
plate?
has
Oh,
some
it's here.
incredible set pieces,
the
but
weird shaped
it's a
one.
downer
I can
to
see
say
it.
the
I
least.
can't see myself.
Only play this one when you're mentally
yeah.
prepared for some high quality,
There's a lot
cooked
over
up
here,
to
and
perfection
they're not gonna last
misery.
until like the others come back. So I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to finish all this. I don't know if I should have maybe cut the dough.
And number
Like
5 is the
half, and only
Talos
make
Principle
half of
2,
it,
the
then,
sequel
you know, it
to
wouldn't
one of the best
expire
puzzle
or
games of
anything.
all time.
Like
Got
I
a
put in the
massive
fridge
blow
when
up
it
thanks
was
to Unreal
like that.
Engine 5. Whether it's better or worse than the original, it's up for debate, but that only speaks to the amazing quality of the original. There
Sorry
are a
for
lot
the
of
noise.
quality of life improvements here, though. They pretty much eliminated the puzzles that require careful timing, and the finicky floating bombs are mostly
this
gone
in the
too.
dishwasher.
There's just less fiddliness with the puzzles
Cover up the
overall,
cinnamon
which some people
rolls,
think makes them too
and
easy,
yeah,
but
that's about it.
personally, I'll take easy over annoying any day.
I want to see that other game again, the one that looked like Cyberpunk. Because I didn't get to see it properly. My back was like excellent.
The story's interesting too, bringing up complex philosophical themes that are tackled with intelligence and compassion. And hey, if you think the base game's too easy, there's the Road to Elysium expansion. Look at the trailer for that thing. The puzzles look completely insane. And number 4 is Galacticare, not a genre game we usually cover here, but there's 20 spots to fill, so might as well mix it up a little, right? There have been few devs that attempt to follow up on the classic games of Bullfrog Productions. They make stuff like Dungeon Keeper, Syndicate, and Theme Hospital. Nobody quite managed to match the irreverent humor, idiosyncratic design, and solid production values of those games until now. Galacticare is really just Theme Hospital crossed with Startopia, but it's much more than another copycat. It's a management game where your goal is to build up a hospital with various rooms meant to treat different types of sicknesses. You hire doctors, you manage your finances, you build specialty rooms, and decorate the halls to satisfy the preferences of each alien race. It is a management game.
My favorite knife.
What makes it so good, though, are the little
Why am I
details.
showing
The
knives?
charming animations
It's
of
like my
aliens
favorite
getting
knife.
cured, the dry
I
humor
use
of the
it all the
mission
time for, like,
descriptions,
anything.
and the treatment logs, all very polished,
Like,
all
really
looks
Japanese
great.
knife.
Lengthy campaign
That's
with a
really
lot
well,
of
and
unique
it's
and
just
interesting
breakable.
missions that
I think
mix up the
I
basic
don't have it
management
easy in a way
gameplay
so
in
that
various
it's
fun
safe.
ways.
I think I
It's maybe
saw,
a
like,
little
a
too
flyer
easy,
around here or
but otherwise it's
something,
one of the
'cause
best
it's
looking,
summer,
most
so they show
polished
up all of a
management games
sudden
I've played
and,
in
you know,
years.
They're everywhere.
And number 3 is RoboCop Rogue City. Most of the time, these sort of belated tie-in games are terrible. Just look at the Rambo game made by these developers. For most devs, the first game is make or break, and for anyone else, a game as terrible as Rambo would break the
RoboCop
studio,
Rogue
but
City.
somehow they
I
managed
wanted
to
to
bounce
play
back with a
this.
surprisingly
Like,
decent
like I said
Terminator
before
game,
it came
which
out,
they
but
then followed up with an even
after, like,
better
looking at the
RoboCop
pictures and
game.
stuff, I was
It's
like,
one of
it
those
kinda
games
looks
that can one moment
online
look almost
game, or at least
photorealistic,
it looks like it
and in
could be
another,
online.
its double-A
And I was
roots
like,
are very, very
don't think
obvious.
it's that
It's
great.
far from a perfect
look as
game. The shooting's
exciting.
basic, and you're mostly going to be
Like,
using the
I don't
same
even know
gun
what
in
it
every
is.
situation,
I'm
but
guessing you're a
it somehow
hero.
still works, like, really well, actually. They make up for the simplistic shooting by making it as visually satisfying as
So that
possible. Like
they-
every major
they
shootout
won't
in the
get,
game
like,
just destroys
dust
the
or anything
environment,
on
and it's
them
beyond fun.
overnight.
The little bits of downtime are also fun. Completing little side quests
But
and
yeah,
solving
well,
crimes isn't
next
usually
time
that
we're
difficult
gonna be
or
back to,
interesting
like,
in a
the
lot of games.
Witcher
But Peter
DLC,
Weller has
Heart
still
of
got it,
Stone
even with the
DLC.
script not nearly
And
as sharp as
then
the original movie. He
after
still
that,
puts
it will
in
be back
a
to
pitch
Bloodborne
perfect
as well.
performance, perfect beat to your game that doesn't do anything
DLC, I think
particularly well,
we're
but
gonna
is
finish it soon.
way better than the sum of its
like,
parts.
I have let's say one more like quest, I assume, and then I think it's finished, and then we'll move on to the second DLC. Which
And number 2 is
A lot of
Evil
people say
West.
it's really
I'm not
good,
going to stop beating
better
this
than
drum.
the one I'm
Opinions
playing
on
now.
Evil West somewhat divided, but to me
That
it's a
was,
pretty great
like,
7 out of 10
boss fight, the
double-A
frog
game.
boss
Sort of a
fight
mid-level action game. You
was,
don't see that
something.
often, particularly
On that
anymore. Now we're seeing maybe a little bit more games
But it was
like
still
this
fun.
pop up because people are really
Despite
sort
dying,
of
'cause
honing
I
in
wasn't
on the
dodging
idea that you don't have to spend a ludicrous amount of money to make something
But
that's
yeah.
quite good.
I would
And
say
the
at the
old
moment,
gaming
in terms
ways
of games,
are
like, what I have
missed
on
by
my
many
mind
in the age
is,
of the
like,
live service. But this was at the
Elden Ring,
beginning of
really?
that sort of realization, and it
What is
was
this
at
like
the
video
time
finishing? 'Cause
really a breath of
I'm like
fresh air.
talking over it. I should just switch cameras myself, but like, I am aware that I'm like chatting over whatever's going on because I can't hear it.
This action game is set in the Old West. It doesn't have the best story or environments or pacing or anything like
thought
that.
that was
But what
Red
it does
Dead.
have
Yeah, like,
is an
I
incredible
wanna play
combat
Red
system.
Dead.
It's like
See, I have
God
Red
of
Dead
War
2,
on steroids.
but I
And when
feel
you're
like I
fully
should play the
kitted out,
first one
things are
first.
completely ridiculous. You have so
just
many
kinda makes more
guns,
sense,
tools,
you
and
know?
powers by the
Play
end
the
that it's
first one and
kind
then
of
the second
overwhelming,
one,
but
but
still
I don't
fun as
know.
hell. It does take a while to get there,
It's on
and it's a
PlayStation,
little
so that's
slow in
fine.
terms of
I'll
drip
just play
feeding
on
you new
console and
tools and
then
abilities for a while. But after
Red
the
Dead
initial
2, I
first
have it
few
on
levels, things get a
PC.
lot more exciting. Hardly the
So
best game out
it'll
there,
be
but at a
really weird to
discount, I think
switch,
you will be
the game
pleasantly
from
surprised.
console to PC. I mean, I already played the beginning of like Red Dead 2, like on PC, and it felt very strange. Just like The Witcher feels strange on PC. Like it feels like a game that is better instead. I just bought the other one. I purchased connector controller, but it's whatever. Really.
And finally, at number 1 is Sifu.
Number one.
Bar none,
Oh, I've heard of
the
this
best
already.
hand-to-hand
I wanna
action
go
game
back to
out
the
there.
one
The
that looks
combat
like
in Sifu
Cyberpunk,
is
though. Oh, I
visceral,
dropped the
responsive, and lightning fast.
Is
No
this like
other game
Souls-like?
makes
I
you
don't
feel
remember.
as much like a kung fu master as this
Like,
one.
is it
It's a game
difficult
that's
fight?
extremely difficult, but once you master it, there's just nothing else like it. It's relatively short, to be fair. It's closer to a beat 'em up than an action game, but the intense difficulty and the roguelike elements make it
Yeah,
so it's gonna
okay, I
take
think it is
longer to
difficult 'cause
beat
you said,
than
like,
I
intense
mean
difficulty.
it would seem, I guess. You never really get through it on
I'm gonna
a
check
single
what the
run,
others
not until you've
were
had
while
hours
this
and
was
hours of
playing.
progress. The game is designed around the fact you're gonna die a lot, and it builds its central mechanic
I
around
wanna go
that.
back to this 'cause
Every
I
time you
actually
die,
have
you
this
come back a
game.
little older. The more you die, the more it multiplies. You get too old and you die for real, and you have to
Really?
start
You can
over.
get older in the
The older
game?
you get, the less health you have, but the more damage you dish out, so it's not all bad, just mostly bad. It is pure combat, and the unique mechanics and dynamic battles are so good, it never gets boring. It is a great game, extremely hard, but so much fun.
Wait, what was... Still, like, I've seen these with you guys. Ghost, Banshee. Oh, this one, I think this one looks interesting. So let's go back.
When I think of
This one
double A,
looked
this is
interesting.
what I something a lot less ambitious, like maybe another vampire, the developer's
and
previous
then-
game. But Banishers
Not
has
the church
so
one.
much more going for it.
I don't
Set in
think
the
I would
colony
play
of New
that.
Eden and the surrounding
What's
environment
Remnant like?
tucked away in the darkest corners
I
of
know
the
you can
world,
play
and the
with
random
people,
element
like,
obviously
can you
makes
play
finding
on
the
your
stuff
own
even
as well, or is
trickier.
it just
The devs
co-op
really
type of
wanted to
stuff?
create some unique and memorable
Like,
scenarios,
Left
so
4 Dead, I
no
think
two
it was the game
playthroughs
that
are
was
exactly
a few
alike.
years ago.
One player might experience this crazy event, while another player gets something completely
No,
different.
I don't think I
A
would
very
play
unique
that.
approach to this sort of game,
Ghost
which is
Runner.
styles, improved bosses, better production
Ghost Runner-
values. The story
have
is a
the
pretty
game.
clear improvement
At
from
least
the
one of
original
them.
game. I mean,
I don't know if I
it's
have
not a
both, but I
lot
have one of the
longer than the
games.
first game, but there's a lot
And
more
you just
to
use a
it.
katana
Like your
basically to
allies
go
have
for these
actual
like,
models now.
robots
There's
and
a
all, which is
motorcycle which allows for some amazing
I would
set
like
piece
this
moments.
because it reminds me of Cyberpunk.
I don't think he cares about safety regulations.
Yeah, I would play
Can you
this.
even open it? We'll find out, won't we?
Wait, Ghost Runner, right?
The new combat abilities are maybe a little more divisive.
good? Yeah,
Certain people
they
prefer
taste
the
like
purity
cinema
of the
rolls,
combat
that's for
in the
sure.
first game, but I
The
personally
shapes,
like the
like, might be
changes.
weird and all, but
Having an
they do
actual
taste
block
fine,
button
so that's
is a
good.
godsend. If you liked the first game,
I
it's
just think
more the
for
same,
example,
but
the
bigger
pasta, I
and
feel like
with
maybe
a
it
clearly
needed-
bigger budget also. It's still
Well,
the
it needed
closest
more
thing we have
salt,
to a
which I added,
first-person
but I feel like
Hotline
it
Miami,
might have
and
been
it does
even
it
better
really
if I had
well.
a bit of like white wine to pour over it. What's this? Ghost Runner? I need to see like the art.
And number 8 is
Official art.
Stray. These sorts
Stray I
of
already know.
linear,
I said there
story-driven,
was another one that was
graphical
interesting. Oh, this one.
experiences.
I think I have
It was
this game.
ambitious. The sequel is even more so. It's
What?
got an impressively long campaign
Is
and
this not the
even
one
more
with the girl
complex
and,
stealth
like, the
mechanics.
child?
It's a story game
Yeah, I
and
have
a stealth
Ghost
game.
Runner.
You got to
I don't know
avoid
if it's
the
the
many
first or second
enemies
one or
hunting
there's
the
only
main
one, I don't know,
character
but I have
and her
one of
brother
the Ghost
Hugo
Runner games.
while dodging deadly swarms of, I guess, semi-mystical diseased rats.
Yeah, this is. I have this one. Actually, I think I have 2 of them. Because I'm on like Epic Games and you get like free games like every week. And this was one of the free games, including like Ghost Runner. So I have these. And I've heard they're good. It makes me like surprised how come they become free, you know, if they're that. Yeah,
And you
this
got to
doesn't
solve
look bad.
like mostly simple puzzles. I'm not going to say the puzzles are particularly hard. Sticks pretty close to the Naughty Dog formula, but that by itself is impressive. It's a style of gameplay a lot of the big devs and publishers stay away from because it's hard to feel
Okay, I think you
good,
guys have seen
but
this
they pull
already.
it off and they make it look
I'm gonna
easy. It's
stop
also
because you've already seen it. So I can go back to my ranting basically. But yeah, I think you've seen it already. I was just like going back to mention like what I found, you know, something interesting. But yeah, those are the ones I found interesting. I'm gonna remove my earphone again because I don't like standing like this. It's uncomfortable and I don't need to listen to music necessarily. I can do it. I think if I did a cooking stream again, when I would be like alone, I'd probably get one of those like mics that you just put, you know, on your like shirt and that's it. Even though I think you were able to listen to me even when I was over there, like around, because the mic kind of picks up everything. So I think you were, you know, able to still hear. But I would probably get one of those mics and also like maybe wireless like earphones to connect to like the laptop, so that you know there's no issue with like cables anymore, and I you know I'll be able to hear like the music and everything playing as well. But yeah, I don't think there is anything else except me drinking water. How long has it been? 2 hours. See, I did mention that it might be 2 hours like the stream. I said like an hour and a half or 2 hours. I started around like what, 6:30, close to 7. I think I started the stream around 6:30, and it was, you know, getting close to 7. But yeah, like it still took like 2 hours though, so I'm satisfied with that. As long as it's not like, let's say, 1 hour stream, I'm happy with that. Like if I ever did, say, if I went on holiday, right, and I did a stream with my phone, you know, like in real life stream, I just need a lot of mobile data basically on my phone. I don't have like unlimited amount, so I would just need to buy that basically. Actually, why am I not sitting down instead of standing? My legs are gonna hurt. It just makes more sense for me to sit down also. But yeah, I feel like I should just like, if I did an in real life stream when I went on holiday, I think that would be kind of fun. I mean, it'd be weird because people would be staring at you and be like, who are you talking to? You know, like if you're talking to the phone. But I'd have to also, you know, be on my own because, like, for example, if I go with my family on holiday, they don't like being on camera at all. So obviously I don't want them to be on camera, so it's just gonna be just me. I never cared about this, like if I'm on camera or not, because I've always like thought about like either doing acting, or I've done like acting like on stage and all that before, so I've never had this issue with being in the public eye in a way. Like I'm not the type of person to be like, I don't want to appear anywhere, not in any photos or anything like that. Like I don't care about it. So yeah, that's me though, not everyone is like that obviously. So I'm thinking like if I did a like live stream where I was like, you know, somewhere out in public, it would be just me talking to the phone. People would probably be like, who is she talking to? It'd be a bit weird, but I guess you get used to it. I've never done like vlogging or anything, but that's only because I don't really do much. Like I don't go out enough to do vlogging, and I don't live in a place where it's like, I would say, safe enough to vlog around. And by that I mean it's not dangerous. I'm safe where I live. It's just that it's not the city, like a big city or anything like that. It's kind of more of a town, and it's kind of small, and for my own safety it's better if I don't record around, because it's not that big. If I were living in a city, obviously it would be better because it's bigger, so you wouldn't be able to tell. You would, I don't know. I have to make sure, you know, that I don't expose where I live and all that, because it is the internet after all. But yeah, if I lived in a city, then it would be different. But here, I can't really do vlogs or anything like that. And when I go on holiday, it's usually like, I don't know, I just go with the family, you know, because why not? And I just forget, basically. And also I have my siblings, which are kind of like a lot younger than I am. So sometimes they don't want to go out and they just end up staying in instead. So yeah, it's a bit different. I don't know. It's just chaos. It's gonna be better when I'm gonna be on my own. But I guess I'm still gonna need, you know, people to like, I think the only thing, like, say if you do this full time, right? Like streaming YouTube, all this, how do you meet people like on your own? Because yeah, you mentioned Comic-Con, right? Say if I went, who would I go with? I don't know anybody that likes that stuff. Actually, ever since I was young, there was nobody that liked the same stuff that I did. Like games, maybe there were people, but I don't know. Or music related stuff. It was never like, everyone always had like different interests, which makes sense, but it would have been nice to meet up like people like, you know, in real life during school times, because that's when you kind of make friends that hopefully last a while. It would have been nice to find some gamer friends then, but I don't know. I didn't have them back then. Maybe in the future, maybe I would have some. Even though I don't even play multiplayer games that much, but I guess that's one of the reasons I don't play. It's like, I'll play story games, and then multiplayer games, it's like, For example, when I play Valorant, like, that one's definitely more fun with a friend. I used to play with my sister, actually, and it was quite nice. I like playing with, like, someone that I knew, because the Valorant community can be quite toxic. And it just, like, it bothers me. Like, I don't care what they're saying, but it can be annoying because it ruins the mood of the game. Like, why do they have to be so mean? For example, on Fortnite, you can just do solos. Like, on Valorant, you have to, 5-stack every single time. So it can be a bit, like, tough, I guess, in a way. So yeah, Valorant is, like, I did enjoy it, and I was, like, getting better at it. Like, I was actually improving because I was practicing, like, every day my aim, because I would say it is a difficult game. However, I just quit it at some point because I was, like, tired. So I was like, I'm gonna go back to story games. On an FPS games? Yeah, I know, and some people also, like, end up sort of, like, online dating or something, or e-dating, whatever. And I'm like, I guess it can work out, but most likely not. Like, if someone ends up going there specifically for this, it's not a good reason. It's the same on Twitch. Sometimes you get people on Twitch or, like, live streams in general that are like asking you, like, questions like, where do you live? Like, not just the country, but where do you live, or if you're interested in dating or stuff like that. And I'm like, this is not Tinder, this is not a dating app. Why are you here? You're in the wrong place. But yeah, I've seen a lot of people do that, actually, and usually, like, either they get, like, told off, or they get timed out or something. Like, I guess people think that they can just hit on everyone, I guess, anywhere. But I don't know. It's weird, because, like, Twitch, and I'm gonna say YouTube as well, because I live stream there as well now. They're just a place to, hang out and, like, I guess, do stuff together. Well, the person does stuff, like, the one you're watching does stuff, and then you're just watching and interacting with them, which I think is nice, because, compared to YouTube, you can't answer all the YouTube comments. Sure, on Twitch as well, like, if you have, like, a bunch of comments, you might not be able to reply to everything, but I think it's still, like, better, because you get to interact with each other. Like, I get to talk to you, you get to talk to me as well. We don't get to see each other, like, you see me, but I can't see you. Yet we create a bond in a way, just by chatting like this. So it is nice. Like, for example, I'm on my own now, and I'm on my own until, like, next week, so it can get a bit, like, sometimes lonely, because I don't have anyone to talk to unless I decide to, call someone. But with streaming, it kind of allows me to still be with you guys and also talk to myself in a way. So it's not as, like, boring, because I was alone, like, around November, and I didn't stream back then. I was, like, busy with some other stuff at the time, and I was deciding whether I should come back to streaming or not. But yeah, I was on my own back then, and I was, like, bored, and I don't know, I kind of needed company or something. But now, because I stream and all that, I don't feel the need. But like I said, like, if this is your full career, you kind of forget the outside world, I feel like completely. Like, say, if you do, like, Twitch or YouTube, whatever, fully, you kind of forget about what's happening outside. So you don't really meet with people, you just, like, sit in the same chair every single time you stream, or, I don't know, do YouTube, any of them. For me, it applies streaming, because I decided to, like, when I started again, I did, like, just YouTube, and then I was like, I think I'm gonna go back to stream. And if you remember, I used to get, like, really nervous before streams. I don't have that anymore. Like, I'm too used to it now, to the point where I don't feel like I would ever really quit, because of the fact that it just feels a part of my life now. So it just feels strange not doing it, basically. Even though I want to do other things as well, such as, like, something music related, like the DJ stuff I kept mentioning. But yeah, I keep going on about the runs. I've never played Horizon games, no. I would like to. I heard the graphics are really good. So I think I might consider it, like, I don't know if I have one on my wish list, but I do know the main character is like in this like anime-like game called Genshin Impact. I know she is in it as a like special character, so I do know like the main character, I guess, in a way, even though I never played the game. It'd be nice to actually be able to tell, you know, get the backstory of the main character, to see why she was, actually I don't know why she was in Genshin in the first place, if I'm thinking about it. Like, I guess they had a collaboration or something, but why? Anime, well, I watched anime like 4 or 5 years ago, maybe longer. I don't know, it's been long. I've been considering it, but the issue with me is that I'm really bad at finishing anything. Like, I've started a lot of shows, like a lot of the popular shows that people watch nowadays. Like I've watched I've started a while ago, like Gossip Girl, and I liked it. You know, all these like high school, teenage kind of shows that everyone like really likes. So I was like, what's the hype about this? Something, let me try it. And I liked it, but I think after like season 2 or 3, I quit. And I just returned to them like in a few months or something when I feel like it. And recently I started like the Vampire Diaries, which I've watched up to like season 2 or 3, I think. I think I'm on the second one. I don't know. And I haven't watched it, I think, in like 3 days now, so it's quite recent. Like, I'm still watching it. I started like DVD like a while ago, a few years back, and I was not interested at all because I'm not really interested in like vampires and all this stuff, and I was like, you know, just not my thing. But I think last year I watched like all the Twilight movies like properly back to back, because I kind of seen a bit of the movies when I was like younger, but not like fully, just like bits basically. So I watched them fully and I kind of enjoyed it. And after playing Baldur's Gate, one of the characters is a vampire, so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna give this a go again. So yeah, I've been enjoying it, but I don't know. And the anime I've watched is like mainly romance I've watched, which was like 5-6 years ago. Now I would like, I want to see Attack on Titan, for example, or there's some other ones that are not like, you know, necessarily filled with romance. I'm not really into the romance stuff anymore. I mean, I still like it, but not as much anymore. But yeah, I did used to watch a lot of like romance anime because I thought they were cute. But nowadays I don't like it as much. I don't mind it, but I don't know. I prefer if there's something else to the story as well, instead of just like romance or everyone being shy and everything. Is Horizon like Zero the first one? Because I know there's like 2 games, I think. Like, is that the first one? I'm sure I can search it up, but I'm just chatting with you. I like good stories. I think you already know that. Yeah, I like good stories. I like getting like addicted to something and then, you know, looking back on it and being like, oh, I really love this game. I have a lot of like, it's not that long of a list, but there are quite a lot of games that I added to my favorites. Like, if you look on my page, like on Twitch, I don't know if it's on YouTube as well, on About Me, it says like favorite games. Like, there's quite like 5 or 6 games over there, something like that. And I added Baldur's Gate on it as well, which is, I think, it's the one we recently finished, basically. And although I got frustrated during that game a couple of times, it was really great. Like, just like everyone else probably told you, I definitely recommend like Baldur's Gate. It's a really good game. And it's good to play like second playthrough, third playthrough. I think I've started like 7 or 8 playthroughs with different characters already, and I just don't get bored. I just, you know, still play in my own time when I'm not streaming or something and busy editing or doing other work and all that. I still play in my own time, and it's a really good one. It's the first one. Okay. The Forbidden, is that like a DLC then, or a completely new game? Oh yeah, and like, I'm going back and forth between like topics, but we're kind of on the games now and like movies and all that. Wait, you said Twilight is a good... Twilight is really nice. Like, I did enjoy all the movies. I didn't know they were only 3 though, like you finish quite quickly. I probably wouldn't rewatch it like anytime soon. But yeah, in terms of like shows, movies and all that, I'm kind of bad with finishing them. And I don't always feel like laying down in bed and watching something. I prefer to play a game instead. That's why I'm like, you know, like last night for example, I was like, okay, I'm gonna play a little bit of Baldur's Gate and then I'm gonna lay down and watch some episodes of the show because I don't wanna, you know, quit it and forget about it, just like I did with the rest of them. Guess what? I didn't end up watching any episodes. I ended up like playing from like 8 in the evening to 1:30. So past midnight, the game, I ended up playing it because the time just goes so fast, like when I play that. And then like I got in bed like close to 2 o'clock and I was like, okay, I think it's kind of late now, so I'm gonna go to sleep. So yeah, I don't know, I prefer playing games and listen to music, I guess, overall. Those are like my main things. That's why it's like, if I ever did like acting, I think it's fun. Like I've done acting in like college and all, and I enjoyed it a lot. But I don't think I'm like obsessed with the idea of like say being an actor or anything. I think I would do better like if I did something music related instead. Like I keep saying I want to do like DJ stuff, like learn it because it looks fun and because I like upbeat music, like electronic music. So I think, I don't know, just like I'm doing something gaming related, like streaming and all this, and it kind of offers me a way to not waste time basically, because when you're gaming and you're not, you know, on YouTube or streaming or anything like that, for me it feels like I'm wasting time. So at least if I stream, I feel like I'm doing something related to like that hobby, I guess. I know not every hobby has to, you know, be transformed into like something like a career or whatever, but I don't know, I don't want to necessarily waste time, I guess. So with music, the same, like I would transform it into like not necessarily a career, but like do something like post it on the internet and things like that. Because yeah, I don't know, but I would like to act again, if I'm being honest. Like I would like a role where I'm like a detective. I've always wanted this. I said that before I don't know, someday pass away, I would like to have an acting role. I don't know if it's gonna happen, but I could also like do my own, really. It doesn't need to be like, I don't know, top tier or anything, but I always thought like detectives are kind of cool, like, you know, investigating crime scenes and all that. I've actually wanted to do it as a job, like become a police officer first and then become a detective, because I think you need to be a police officer first for like 3 years or something before you can move to, you know, being a detective, which I was like a bit like, why do I have to do that? I just want to investigate crime scenes like from far away. I don't want to go like and get myself into dangerous situations or like see car crashes and, you know, people bleeding out and all that. It can be quite hard. Like, I don't know, I appreciate the work like police officers do. I don't know if I'd be capable. I'm guessing everyone like that joins eventually learns to not necessarily shut off their feelings, but, you know, they just learn to cope. They might go home and still be traumatized and all that, but I don't know. Imagine me now like being called like on work or something. If I was a police officer, being called on work and like, I don't know, having to go to a crash scene or murder scene or anything like that, like it would be traumatizing, right? Like it's different in games. In games, you know that it's everything like made up. Nobody's actually dying. It's not real. So I don't feel as bad in games, but or movies or anything like that that's, you know, created for entertainment basically. But when it comes to real life, it's like obviously different. So yeah, I don't want to do that as a job anymore. And then I wanted to do therapy as a job. And I did the course and I ended up being like, I don't think this is really for me. I didn't like the fact that I couldn't be there for the people like as a friend as well, in a way. Like obviously I had to be a professional and not really react to anything they say, no matter how sad it is. Because when someone tells me like a really sad story, I want to like give them a hug and, you know, be there for them. So as a therapist, you kind of just have to like watch them and like be kind of cold in a way and just ask them stuff about themselves and all that, but not really comfort them in any way. So I was like, it didn't feel right for me. Even though I wanted to help people, you know, with like mental health stuff, I don't know. I think I prefer to just be there as a friend instead, where I can, you know, not have to have a cold like exterior and all that. But yeah, it was a bit weird. It was nice, but I think I enjoyed acting more, like the course I did in acting, compared to the therapy one. The therapy one like was kind of short as well. But yeah, I was supposed to actually go to uni next year, but I'm not, because I still don't know what I want to do fully. And say if I did music or like anything related to social media, like music, YouTube, Twitch, whatever, anything like that, it doesn't require me to get a degree, you know, so there's no point. Like if I get a degree, which is very expensive, like yeah, you get help from like the government and all that with a degree, but you will have like a debt to pay at some point when you finish. If I get a degree, I have to make sure it's a job I really want, you know. I can't just do something casually and end up being like, I don't want it. And sometimes with even jobs nowadays, they don't even ask for degrees. So you get a degree and then they don't even need it. So it just, I don't know. I've never really been too much into studying anyway. If it was something that I'm really, you know, interested in, I'm sure I would, you know, give it my all and all. But I'm just, I don't know. I don't want to do anything degree-wise that I'm not fully committed to. That's why I have the option to do college courses, which is not the same as uni. College courses are like, they last like 1 to 2 years usually, and you can just explore around basically and see what you like what you would enjoy. So for example, I can do something like that if I have another idea of what I would like to do, but I shouldn't go to uni yet, at least until I decide like fully that yes, this is what I want to do my whole life, you know. It's just, it's not as easy for me. Some people know straight away what they want to do like with their lives. For me, it's always been like, I'm not so sure. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of things out there that I don't even know they exist, you know. I've had a lot of options that I considered, if I'm being honest. I considered like computer stuff as well. Animation as well, I considered it. Maybe more for games, like to, you know, maybe one day end up in a company and do like designs or work on stories. I kind of would like to do multiple things though. So if there was a company where you don't have to stick to your role and you can give advice on other things, I would like that. I think you can't though. I thought that was nice, but then I was like, I can't really draw. I know you can practice and get better at it. That's obviously a thing. You can, well, technically you can do anything you put your mind to. You just, you know, gotta keep at it and don't give up. Like this is actually true. Like, it might sound like boring or something because everyone says it, but it's true. Like, if you don't believe in yourself, then you're not gonna achieve like what you want to achieve. And it doesn't matter like if people believe in you or not. It's just yourself, really. You have to believe in yourself. And then once you make it whatever you want to make it, you can prove wrong, I guess, to those people. Like, they're gonna see that you did make it. Because I've seen a lot of people, like dancers or singers or people like this, basically, where parents or friends didn't believe in them, and then they ended up, like, you know, becoming really successful. And I think, I'm not sure why people don't support these things. So yeah, I don't know. All sorts of different people. Like, for me, if someone said that they wanna try something, basically, like, say makeup, let's say makeup. I'm not really a person that wears makeup. I think you can tell I barely use makeup, and if I do, I just put on like mascara and that's about it, because it's not my thing. I like it being natural, and I don't like putting like, I can't be bothered to put like too much on my face, and I feel like my face feels like clean without all the stuff, because I think it would probably break out a lot more if I had makeup and all that, a lot more makeup. But yeah, usually I just wear mascara, which is basically just darkening the eyelashes basically and making them a bit longer. But yeah, but say someone like me wanted to try to become a makeup artist, even though I'm not that interested in makeup, maybe I would become more interested since I wanted it as a career, right? But it would kind of make sense in a way for people to be a bit like weirded out, like you've never been into this, you know? But I would still be encouraging like someone that is interested in something instead of telling them that they can't do it or something like that. I don't know. It's different. Like acting, music, things like this, you can't really go to get a degree and then you get hired and become successful. It doesn't really work that way. It's kind of like how you get discovered, if people like your songs, if we're talking about music here, finding gigs, I guess, acting roles, things like that. So it's really like, it's things that you try, you know? It's not like becoming, let's say, a lawyer, which is like you do a degree, a difficult degree from what I've heard, and then you just get employed and all that. Even that way, like I feel like it's still hard finding a place that will, you know, be willing to employ you. If you're a lawyer, people that want to employ you, especially if you're a new guy, right? But you need experience, so yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's a long rant. I'm ranting about all sorts of things. Is that what you're doing for, like, are you at uni doing like animation degree at the moment? Because I know you said you really enjoy it, and I'm glad that you really enjoy it. Because like I was saying, for me, I don't know yet what I really enjoy. I enjoy playing games and I enjoy listening to music, so I feel like I should do something related to these two things, basically. You left ages ago? Do you miss it? I feel like you might miss like the life, like friends and all that. I think that's what's nice about like being in education. You get like friends and get to hang out, and you get people around your age, really. Although at uni it's a bit different because it can be people of all ages. You do miss it, sort of. I think that's what I would miss. So I mean, during my high school years, I didn't really like them. It was bad. I didn't like it. I wasn't bullied like ever or anything like that, so it wasn't that. But high school years are weird in general, so I didn't like it, so I'm never gonna miss it. College years were a lot of fun. I enjoyed, like, I spent 2 years there and they were a lot of fun, but like people are a lot, you know, friendly and all that. But I don't think I necessarily miss it. I don't know. I feel like I still prefer to just work instead. I don't know, it's just something about, like, I'm planning on like moving soon, hopefully, maybe next year, maybe in the next 2 years, something like that, like on my own. And it'd be nice to have my own place and job and, you know, do my own thing. I haven't gotten to the point where I'm like, oh, I really miss being in education and studying something. I don't know, I can't be bothered with exams and all that. Even though I would go if I was interested in something. Like, there's a lot of like degree options, but I don't know. It's a lot to consider, a lot to commit to, like, if you go into a degree. And degrees take a while, like 3 or 4 years. So it's not something to, you know, just mess around and be like, oh, I'm gonna do this just because why not? It doesn't work that way. And also, like, yeah, you get funded, like the degree, but if you end up not liking it, and say you do that degree and then in a few years you wanna do another one, then you have to pay for it yourself, which is a lot. Like, uni degrees cost a lot. So yeah, I feel like you kind of have one chance, let's say, with a degree, unless you're extremely rich or something, and you can study, like, I don't know, 5 courses or something like that. But yeah, I'd definitely stick to college though. College is a lot easier to explore around different courses and see what sticks with you, basically. But yeah, I've been ranting a lot. It's almost 3 hours. You know, I was literally kind of planning on finishing or something around like the 2 hour mark when I was mentioning how these really didn't take long to finish. the food and all that. I already knew the food wouldn't take long to finish because like I had the sugar and cinnamon prepared already. The pastry was obviously like from the store, so it was easy to just put it out and all that. And the pasta as well. Pasta usually doesn't take long to make, so obviously it's not as quick as a sandwich, like if you made a sandwich, but yeah, I would say that it didn't take too long. It took around 2 hours, like I mentioned. But now with me like ranting basically before I'm gonna go is almost 3 hours. Maybe I'll just stay until like 3 hour mark or something. It's nice to rant. Like I said, I'm not chatting with anyone. Like I haven't chatted with anyone today. Actually, I didn't get any. Anyway, I don't know what I'm saying. It was 3K a year only. Yeah, because things have increased, like prices on everything. I didn't know, like on college, uni courses as well. But prices on like food and things like that have increased a lot. And not just here, like everywhere else really. Or I don't know. At least I'm not really familiar, like I'm not familiar with like all the countries. Maybe not all the countries are like, you know, have expensive stuff now. But I know here it increased, and I know in USA as well, over there things are also expensive, and there's the whole presidential thing going on. I was scrolling through TikTok and it showed like the presidential debate to me like on TikTok, and I ended up like watching a bit of it, and I was like, why am I watching this? I don't care about politics. Firstly, I don't live in USA. Secondly, I don't like politics, so I don't really care what's going on. I've never actually voted. I mean, I went, I think last year to vote, or more like try to cancel my vote, because you can do that apparently, like you can cancel it. But I couldn't because I wasn't signed up or something, and I was like, okay, that I don't care, that's fine. Like I wasn't sad that I wasn't able to vote, because the thing is, like, what's the point of me voting for someone if I'm not even invested in like all these people? Like I don't know anything about them. I don't focus on like the news, politics, stuff like that. So like if I vote for someone, what am I gonna vote based on? Like if their name sounds nice or not, basically. That's what I'm gonna vote on. So yeah, I feel like it shouldn't be, you know, like I shouldn't be forced to vote. So at least, yeah, have the option to just cancel it, which you do. Like I'm just not gonna vote for anybody basically, because like ever, because I'm never gonna be like watching. I can guarantee this, because sometimes I can say, you know, that I'm never gonna do something. I might end up doing it because it's normal, like because things change. I think with politics, I don't think I'll ever be the type to be interested, because I feel like nobody does a good job anyway, so it doesn't really matter like who you pick in a way. I don't know. I have a lot of people that think like, for example, like electricity, I guess, and gas and all these, like they should technically be free. Like electricity comes like from the wind, right? So it's not like us humans are creating the wind. So it's just like a business to, you know, make money and all that. But it's just things like this that I'm like, if there's gonna be a leader that's gonna make these things like free, for example, then yeah, I consider, like, say if I was like a president, right, I would make that free as long as I'm allowed to, because I think like even if you're the one in charge, maybe you still have other people that would try to, you know, get you to not do certain things. That stuff, and also no more like armies and all that. I mean, you can still have the military because some people enjoy it, and I think it's still good to protect your country. But I don't think, you know, starting unnecessary wars, things like that, definitely no. You don't fix anything with violence, so yeah, I don't know. I just be good people, I guess, and everyone getting along. But yeah, I would not be able to be a president though. Like you won't see me like be a lawyer or be like in elections or anything like that. It's not my cup of tea. I'd rather not. I'm just not interested at all. I have no interest in like having that power and all that. Even if I know like I would, you know, try my best to do good stuff with it, I don't care about it. I don't want to be leading a country. I don't care about that. I'll let other people focus on that, and hopefully one day there will be better leaders, I guess, out there. I don't know. Can be tough, like for a lot of people. But yeah, I just think about like people that are like, you know, homeless and all that, so that's why I feel like bad in a way. I guess, I don't know if do we have that many homeless people here? Well, cause I consider it like, with USA, I don't know, I feel like USA is also bigger, so I feel like there might be more there. And if I ended up moving, like, I've considered moving to Australia because of the weather here is a bit too gloomy and it's getting a bit tiring sometimes. I mean, if I stream and, you know, play games and do all this and work from home basically overall, because I do stream and do YouTube. I also have like a separate job I do. But yeah, if I did this, you know, fully from home, and if it's raining or snowing outside, it doesn't really matter because I'm busy inside doing like work, so it doesn't matter. But like, I still kind of want more sunshine, which we don't really get here that much. So I considered Australia because I thought nice weather, scared of the spiders and all the bugs, sure, but I think I could manage with that. People say that live there that it's actually not that bad, it's just like a superstition or something, I guess. But I don't know, it is kind of far, I feel like, Australia. It's kind of far away from a lot of countries, and I think it's expensive to fly there and to anywhere else if you live there. But I did consider there. I considered USA as well, but USA is like, I'm just worried about being murdered on the streets, if I'm being completely honest. Because people are allowed to have guns over there, so compared to here where not even the police officers have guns, I don't think I would feel very safe being on my own. I think. I don't know. There must be safe places as well, but I'm just, you know, every time you go to a new country, it's kind of, you don't necessarily feel safe on your own. You'd never go there. I would go like on holidays, or like on holidays like to visit. I've always wanted to go to LA mainly because of the fact that I used to play GTA 5, which is, you know, in like Los Angeles, and it'd be nice to see those streets in real life so that I can think back to the game. Like, it'd be nice to see, you know, with my own eyes. I'd go there for like holiday just to visit places like once or twice, I don't know. I don't really care about New York, so I think I would just go in like LA and that's it. Maybe Canada as well. Canada is nice. Or I would go like, if there was something business related, I would go like travel there. But that's it overall. Japan, yeah, I want to go to Japan as well. Japan, Korea, Thailand, a lot of other Asian countries basically. Like, there's a lot. I think I would like to explore every country really, every country that's safe, obviously, because I think each one has, you know, something unique to it, I guess. Explore different like cultures, but I don't think, say if I was like really, if I had the money to be able to go to a country, let's say a different country like every week, would I do that? No, I wouldn't, because it can get quite tiring traveling so much, at least for me. Like, I would not be able to do it every week. I need to be home for like a while and then travel again. Like, I haven't been in another country since, I think it's been a year almost. Last time I was like in September, I was away in France. So yeah, it's been a while, but I don't feel, for example, right now I don't feel the need to go on holiday anywhere, which is a good thing, because I just don't feel it. I can still go on holiday, you know, in the country like I did recently, which was really nice. But I think, I don't know, I don't miss it so far. 2009, really? Well, like when I go with family, they always like going to like Spain, Portugal, any country that's warm basically, and usually during like summer or autumn. And so I go often to like different countries. Also, I have family in France that live there, so I get to visit them like usually every year. I don't think I'm going this year though. I don't feel like going this year. I have my own things like to deal with, so I can't be bothered to really go this year. But yeah, I don't know. I travel quite often and it's nice. I think I prefer it here. If I'm being honest, France is very different and not necessarily in a good way. I mean, it's nice, the buildings and everything, cafes and all that, really pretty, the vibes really nice. I like it more compared to here. However, the people are not as friendly, from what I've noticed. They've been a lot like colder, and I don't like that. If I live somewhere, I want to make sure I live in a country where most people are like, you know, friendly. So that's a thing like I consider like with USA, for example. I don't think necessarily everyone would be friendly or as friendly as here. People here seem to, you know, everyone kind of seems to smile and be happy and all that, which I really like. Because I do the same, like when I talk to someone I just smile and be friendly. But yeah, you're no welcome. Yeah, he was saying that he doesn't want to leave in USA. I don't think USA is bad. I think it's just the fact that I wouldn't feel safe necessarily on my own, or at least I would have to work from home because I wouldn't feel safe walking around the streets and all that. I guess when you travel there it feels a bit different. Maybe it's, you know, maybe I'm overthinking it, maybe it's a lot safer. Because I've seen other people travel there on holiday and they were like, okay, and they said they were worried about the crime and all that, but it turned out that it wasn't that bad. But yeah, I don't know. I think I would just prefer to work from home and not really walk around that much. Also, you need to drive, from what I know in USA, right? Because the cities like are so big, so you need to be able to drive, which I can't do just yet. Because the public transport is not that great, right? Yeah, they don't like that much. True, that's true. I think it's because like compared to the younger generation, like they're used to, well, I guess their own generation. It's kind of how it is. They're kind of behind in a way. I think if you had students, for example, like Japanese students, and you were, you know, from another country, I think they would be fine with it. I don't think they would care. I heard though in Japan that there is a lot of like bullying though, especially in like school and all that. I think if you're in university and all that, it's, you know, fine, but in school it's just a bit bad. You like carrying guns? I think like I considered having a gun like in my home, like when I moved out here, but I read that you're not actually allowed. It's not like USA where you can just acquire one. Because I was like, if someone ever breaks in, I wouldn't shoot them, but I would just point at them and hopefully they would leave. I always worry that someone's gonna break in. I'm like paranoid about that. I'm like, what do I protect myself with? A bat or what do I do? So I guess I wanted to have one like in my drawer that I would never use. I would just leave it there just in case. But then I read that it's not allowed over here where I live. So I was like, well, that's better, I guess, because nobody else is allowed. You can't go to a gun shop, for example. It doesn't exist around here. Well, at least I'm quite sure it doesn't, or if there are, they're hidden or something like that. But yeah, I think the only thing that's like, I don't think there's anything necessarily, actually, I don't know. If I think about it, I feel like us normal humans shouldn't be allowed to have guns in general. Like, I think the military, yeah, the police maybe, but us, I don't think we should have, because a lot of people end up doing bad things with it. Like, I know people that have, you know, bought them, and, well, I don't know people, but I've read about it. They bought them and put them, you know, like I said, in a drawer, and then at some point they ended up shooting like innocent people, which, like school shootings and all that, it's really bad. So I feel like if there were maybe even stricter like licenses, like, or rules regarding guns and all that, it'd be maybe a bit safer and less crime. I don't know. I'm just obviously worried for my safety, just like anyone else is. But yeah, I am in UK. The gun stuff scare you? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As a person that didn't like grow up with like guns around and all that, I don't want to. And I know, say, if I ever had a family, even though right now I'm like, I don't want kids. I don't care about having kids. But let's say if I ever had kids, I don't want them to be like, I would be worried about them in schools, like in USA, about school shootings. I would be like really scared about those types of things compared to here where it feels like very safe. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I would end up like moving back or something. Was she happy to have a gun? Yeah, or you can have is it the air compressed ones? I think something like that. I know someone that has one. And you can keep those ones, but you can't have like the actual like bullets. Yeah, a lot of rules. I guess so. I don't know. I guess like for me, like I said, I'm not really. We're not allowed to have like guns here, except I think the air compressed ones or something like that, which I think still hurt or something if you shoot with them. But I would definitely like, I don't know, if there would be, you know, strict rules on it and to get a license as well. I think there is definitely something that needs to be done, if I'm being honest, like with regarding the guns and all that. I'm not saying like not be allowed at all, but like there has to be something done to be, you know, stricter on the rules or something like that. Because I feel like it's too easy for everyone to acquire one, and then it can go to, you know, the wrong people, which end up like shooting innocent people, which is, you know, really messed up. So yeah, I don't know. It's scary. Like I don't want to go outside and like at a restaurant or something and be wondering who's hiding a gun, you know, in their bag or something. Or what if they end up shooting everyone all of a sudden? I'd be a bit concerned. I don't know. It's different. But then again, there's other things that are more likely to happen, like pickpocketing and all that, but that also happens like where I live, if you go like in big cities. So it's not something that's that bad. Hello, how are you doing? Welcome in. We're just chatting about countries, basically. Japan, USA, and UK. And where we would travel and the rules and stuff like that. That's true, it is. I mean, I think for me, I would always try. I mean, I've never been in that situation, and I hope I never will be, obviously. I would try, obviously, not to kill the person or anything like that. I think the best way is, like, shoot them in the leg, from what I know, or arm, something like that injures them, but, you know, not kill them off, because I think even if you kill them off in self-defense, you can still be arrested or something. I don't know, I don't really know how it works, but it doesn't feel like I don't want to get in trouble when it wasn't even my fault in the first place. I think I would just have like a really good like lock and cameras around, or alarm, anything really, and you know, to make sure that it's safe. But I live in a safe place, so I don't need to worry about those things. If I lived in a place that was, you know, like a city, or just things where, you know, places where things could happen, basically, I'd probably be more careful. But I would never live like in a dangerous neighborhood, that's for sure. Like, I don't care if it's much cheaper to live there. I'm not gonna live. I'd rather keep my safety. If I'm being honest, I'm not like afraid of death. But at the same time, it's like, I don't want to die by someone's hands, right? Like, I don't want it to be that way. So yeah, it's a bit weird. What? dark conversations. But yeah, I don't think it's anyone's right to take anyone's life. That's why I'm saying, like, it's nobody's right. So yeah, if it's self-defense, you're good. Okay. I've seen like sometimes videos like there was someone in the car and the police officer was trying to tell them to get out, and they reached for something and they got shot, and I think the police officer thought they were reaching for a gun, so they shot, you know, first. But I think it turned out that they didn't have any gun at all. So see, things like that, I'm like, there's just something about like with the guns, it has to be fixed in a way so that innocent people don't get killed like that, just like that. But yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of things. I guess that's the only thing I would worry about, like if I was in USA, even on holiday, not just living, because I think if you live there you kind of get to learn the area you live in, so you get used to it, you know the dangers, you know where to stay away from, you know kind of most of the stuff. But I think on holiday you would be a lot more careful, just like in any country really, because you're not familiar with the places. So yeah, I don't know. That's the only thing I would consider with USA. But also, isn't it a lot more expensive in USA? Like healthcare, for example. Healthcare, you pay for it, right? Or I've heard other people have it like their job pays the healthcare or something like that. Because here it's like it's completely free, so you don't have to worry about getting sick. If you get sick, you can go to the hospital and you don't have to pay anything, which I think is really great because nobody asks to be sick, nobody wishes to be sick. So I think it's really great that it's free. I think it should be free everywhere, if I'm being completely honest. That's sort of different. I think, yeah, if people break into your house, it's usually because, not because they want to kill you, because they just want, you know, the goods, the stuff you have, so that they can steal them, sell them, you know, all that stuff. Which usually, like, that's what you should be doing, just allow them to take the stuff that they want. I think it's better to do that, because then you can go to the police anyway if you're still alive, which usually you are, because they break in to steal things, and usually if they break in, they try to do so when you're asleep or when you're away from home, because they don't want to get caught, obviously, and draw attention to themselves. But yeah, I think overall, like, you would still be alive, so you can go to the police and describe them, you know, the person. Maybe if you have cameras as well, which would be great, you could show them. But I think a lot of like people that, you know, break in and all that, they kind of avoid houses that have like alarms, cameras, all these things, because like I said, they don't want to be caught, so they tend to stay away from these places. They try to go for, you know, for those houses that are, you know, in the dark, no lights, nothing, and they seem almost like they're abandoned basically. I think it's very risky, like breaking into a place even when someone's sleeping. Like, I don't know, you still have to be really careful. I don't know why people would risk it. I'd rather work for my stuff, and also I would rather not do something like that and then end up by, like, in a prison or something like that. Like, why would I give my freedom for, I don't know, some random thing, for belongings, or I don't know. But I guess that's the difference between like us and criminals. I don't know, our minds are a bit different. I think even, like, if I'm being honest, even criminals probably have like a past. Like, you know, people that are violent and all that, usually like bullies, usually have a story why they're like that. Like, maybe their parents were, you know, really aggressive with them, so they ended up like that. So there is, I believe in, like, you know, the stories and all that, like listening to, you know, what they were thinking and all that. But like I said, I was interested in becoming a detective and doing this kind of stuff, so that's why I kind of like talking about it, because I was interested in talking to criminals and kind of figuring out how their mind worked, because the things I've heard, like, so far, for me, it's like doesn't make any sense, because I don't think that way. So I'm trying to understand from their point of view how they got to, you know, to that action, how they ended up doing that thing. but obviously I'm not gonna do it as a job. I think I'll just stick to documentaries or something. But yeah, it is interesting in a way because it's very different, like compared to how we think. So I find it interesting, even though it's wrong, really. But there has to be something, like they might be traumatized, or I don't know. There are things like that. It depends. Yeah, every country has their own thing. Every country is dangerous. In my opinion, like we shouldn't be afraid of like our own our own humans basically. We're all like the same. We're all humans, and we shouldn't be afraid of each other. Like animals, it kind of makes sense. Like say a lion. A lion's not gonna like be friendly with you and give you a hug and say, okay, I'm not gonna eat you, you know. It's not gonna say that, so it makes sense. But like at least with humans, it kind of makes sense to not be fighting each other, like fighting for real, not just arguing. Arguing is okay. Everyone does it, because like if you're in a relationship, any type of relationship, you will always end up like disagreeing on some stuff, which is healthy. It's fine. It just, all it matters is how you deal with it, which I think the most important thing to remember is, if you're like really frustrated, is to like leave the person that you're talking to or screaming at, I don't know. Take like an hour or something to cool off and then come back and discuss again, because sometimes you can say things you really regret to a person, and you know, it ends up being like you feel bad after. So I think it's better to, you know, cool off and then come back and talk. I don't know. I go all over the place in terms of topics, like from guns to countries to relationships, all over. I'm kind of good at this type of stuff. Like when I was younger, I was more the type to listen and not really engage as much. Like people would talk to me and I would talk like back with them, but I wouldn't really keep the conversation going. Again, I think like streaming has helped me with this, if I'm being honest, because it forced me to, you know, chat more and keep the conversation going. So I think I don't know why I keep putting this glass away, because I keep needing. But yeah, I don't know. I got used to like chatting, and it's helped me in real life as well, because I went out like a while ago with like friends, and I was able to keep the conversation going without awkward silence. Because personally, I'm fine with like silence with someone, even if it's the first time we're hanging out. I'm okay with silence. I think it's normal. There's nothing awkward about it. But I worry the other person, you know, is gonna feel awkward and not know what to say. So yeah, that's why I'm like, I try to keep it going so that it doesn't feel awkward. Insecurity? I actually haven't thought about this. I don't know if I have anything that I really dislike, or it used to be the fact that I was like really anxious. I wasn't good with people. I didn't like being watched. I didn't have enough confidence to interact with others first. I was like anxious, and I just didn't feel really confident compared to now. So it used to like affect me a lot, because it was affecting my ability to interact with others, obviously, and you know, really live the way I wanted to. But after like I started streaming, I kind of improved, and then I also worked and did college courses and did acting on stage as well. All of these kind of pushed me out of my comfort zone to become better and more confident in myself. So now I'm at the point where I'm like happy with who I am, like with my personality, and like physically I'm not like unhappy about anything. So yeah, I don't think I have anything, or at least not something that I can think about now, which is a good thing, because it means that I'm, you know, confident in myself. But yeah, I don't know. You're making me think about like in the past, like how I used to be and how I am now, and I'm much happier now. I think it also has to do with like growing up, if I'm being honest. Like I said, high school years were the ones that were weird, so I was like very like insecure about myself, and also like I struggled to like make friends and all that, and I thought being on my own or something was like awkward, or people would make fun of me or something like that. But now if I was on my own, like if I didn't have friends and I was, or if I had, even if I had friends and I went out on my own, I don't really care as much. Like a lot of people are just gonna say a lot of things about you, but you just got to live like the way you want to. Because for example, someone might say they don't like how you do something, right, and they want you to do it this way, but then another person is gonna say that they don't like how you do that thing now, so they want you to go back to how you used to do it before. So it's just gonna, like, you can't listen to like 1,000 people telling you different things. You just got to do what makes you happy, because you live like for yourself after all. So yeah, I think it's really important to like be confident in yourself overall. Obviously not the type where it's like too much, because there is the type of confidence where it's, you know, too much, like overconfident people basically. But just be confident in like who you are basically. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think anyone likes high school. I always ask, did you like your high school years? Nobody says yes. Nobody likes it because you're transitioning from like a child to an adult as well. So there's like obviously all that going on already. Then you have exams, studying, you have, you know, let's say the popular people, all these like, you know, different groups. And there's bullying, some people are growing up, some are taking longer to grow up. It's just all over the place. So yeah, I don't know, like as kids, like small kids before high school, most are like really friendly with each other, and you know, you don't really judge each other as much compared to when you're like older. Everyone's like a lot better like in primary school years, let's say. But as you get older, obviously these things like change. I think it's fine to judge people. It's completely normal, like everyone does it. Nobody's like complete angel. Everyone's gonna judge someone or something, like even I do it as well. However, I think it's good to not say it out loud basically. Like if someone asks your opinion on like their outfit, for example, yeah, you can give your opinion because they asked you about it, so you can give your honest opinion if you want to. Sometimes I still don't. I just say that I don't really have much to say to the outfit or something, because I don't really, maybe it's not my style, maybe I don't understand it. So yeah, it's not my place to judge it. But yeah, I don't know, I try to keep these things to myself though. If I don't like something, I just keep it to myself. And if I really don't like someone, I just wouldn't be hanging out with them. That's all. Like if I really don't like someone, I wouldn't be hanging out, because it just makes sense. Like I wish all of us could get along, but unfortunately it doesn't work that way. So I guess like the best thing is to just, you know, not hang out together if you don't get along with someone like at all. If that's a possibility. Sometimes that's not a possibility, to not hang out with like someone that you don't like. Really? Where'd you learn that from? You were heavily bullied? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Have you been able to recover from it though? Like, do you feel a lot better now? I know, like, I've never been bullied in schools and all that. I feel like I kind of had sort of like a rough sort of childhood in a way. So I kind of, if I experience bullying, if it counts or something, I experienced it kind of from the family side of things. So I guess I can kind of relate in a way, like maybe have, I don't know, in a way. I've never been bullied at schools and all that, luckily, but I do know that it can mess up with your like mental health if you're bullied. Like if you've ever seen like K-dramas or just any shows with like, you know, the kids getting bullied, they feel like, you know, really upset and all that, which makes sense, because why are they being picked on? But yeah, it can really mess up with your head, and some people like need therapy, and which is, you know, complete ideal that you get if, you know, it gets really bad. But yeah, bullying is not fun, and I feel like schools don't do enough to stop the bullying, because I've heard people that got like slapped or something in school and then nothing happens about it. Like the teachers don't do anything. Yeah, they give them detention, then that's it. Like, what? That's not enough. I always think like, what gives you the right to be violent towards another person? Basically, it's not your body, so I don't know. Again, all the darker things. But yeah, overall, it does suck to be bullied. Like I said, I didn't experience it in school, but I did experience it somehow like as I grew up with my parents. So yeah, it's not the same now though. Like the relationship is a lot better, but when I was younger, it was rough in a way. Never physically, just emotional pain basically. But yeah, I feel better now. I don't know. I've moved on from my past. I don't like focusing on the past, you know. I focus on like what I'm doing now and the future. That's what I like focusing on, because I think that's like what's important. Obviously the future, I'm not gonna think about, like if you ask me what I'm gonna do in like, you guys don't have music and I didn't even realize. Oh wait, do you have music? No, you don't have music. Never mind, it's something else. Wait, hold on a second. Interesting game? Which game? Wait, I didn't have on the thumbnail on YouTube any game, right? Because I did change it to my profile picture. I mean, I am in the kitchen. It doesn't look like... I don't think I would be gaming in the kitchen, right? There is music, yeah, I noticed. I thought it stopped, but it was actually like the stream. Was it the stream? No, I think it was the video. Oh, it's my stream from YouTube, because I can't see chat on this screen, because I only have one screen here. I have to like switch between the pages, so I'm looking like on YouTube, and I paused my live stream so that I don't have to, you know, see it. But yeah, I know I can get YouTube and Twitch like both on the same. What was I gonna do on the phone? I grabbed my phone and I'm not sure why. I feel like it was something live stream related, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna leave it there. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, if you fight back, like, I think they just pick on kids that are like, you know, weak. So if you're not very confident in yourself already and all that, I think it's sorry, the Snapchat comment made me smile. Yeah, I think with kids like that get bullied, it's because they pick on those that like feel weak in a way, that can't stand up for themselves, you know. So that's why if you fight back or just ignore what they're saying, they're gonna give up at some point and go, you know, for someone else, because they're trying, you know, bullies try to make themselves feel better by bullying other people, because they most likely have a rough like life at home, basically with their parents, family, you know. They might be bullied themselves, so they just project that onto other people, like at school. Obviously not everyone is like that, but for the most part usually that's why it happens. I think for me, if I was like, if people were picking on me, I'm sure I wouldn't have paid like attention to it. I would just, you know, just listen and not pay attention, basically just ignore, basically. Maybe I'd even roll my eyes, I don't know. I think if you do that, they kind of get bored, because they're like, okay, I can't pick on you because you don't care. So yeah, I don't know. It just, you definitely have to be like confident in yourself, that's for sure. But yeah, oh, I know what I was gonna do. Hold on, I was about to ask like about the game. It shouldn't be any game on my thumbnail. Let me check my stream really quickly. There shouldn't be like a game. I did take a selfie to post like, well, on social medias, but also like on YouTube. So there shouldn't be a game. Yeah, see, it's just the live stream playing. and probably like after it ends, it will be just a selfie basically. So yeah, this should be a game. We're not playing anything today. And next time we will go back to like streaming games, but today is just like cooking. Well, it was cooking, and now just late night chatting, I guess, which is very nice. I do like chatting. It is nice making conversation. It'd probably be more fun if we could all hang out, you know, in real life together, but it's fun like this as well. Yeah, I don't know what the game thing was about, but yeah, we're not playing anything. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe they were being sarcastic. Basically what I'm on about, someone said like on YouTube that like it's an interesting looking game, and I'm just trying to figure out what they mean by that. Because it's not from like a previous video or anything like that, it's from like the stream, and I'm like, we haven't played any. Oh wait, maybe it was sent when we were watching the like YouTube videos, like the reactions and all that. Maybe that's when it was sent. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell compared to Twitch. YouTube is a lot weirder with streaming compared to Twitch. I prefer Twitch all the way. It's definitely the place to stream. YouTube is a bit, you know, behind. I think they should improve the live streams and all that, but yeah. Seal packagings. Printer. The one on my... Is it my left? It's my left side, but it might be your right. I think it's your right, yeah. It's not the printer, no, it's the kitchen. So it's a toaster, so you can make like a sandwich and then toast it. But yeah, this is technically not my kitchen though, because someone mentioned how like there's a lot of things. There are a lot of things. Like I live here, but it's not like my home. So once I move out, you'll actually see, I guess, my type of decorations and my type of things. But I don't live alone, so yeah, I'm just alone at the moment. So I get some peace basically for another week. But yeah, I don't know. I keep moving the glass, don't I? I should just keep it back. I think if I keep the glass in front of me, I'm just gonna, you know, keep messing around with it. Like, I'll keep like touching it and messing around, and I might knock it by accident. So that's why I'm like a bit concerned. Hello, how you doing? How is your weekend going so far? I feel like everyone's from like different maybe countries here. What are we cooking? We already cooked. We did some cinnamon rolls and mushroom pasta, and they both ended up quite good. I think the mushroom pasta needed some white wine though to give it, you know, that special flavor, but I think it was okay. Yeah, I have a lot. Like, I have leftover pasta, and look at like the cinnamon rolls. There's like a lot. Some of them have weird shape, but it's fine. There's a lot left, and I'm like alone at the moment, so I don't know what to do like with all of these, because I won't be able to finish all of them by, I don't know, I think they need to be finished in like maybe 3 days, so I don't know. Oh no, you left the freezer on that? Oh no! Go and close it quickly. I just threw on this. You'll catch it. Thank you, I appreciate it. You don't have to worry about that. Never tried, never will. You too, I hope you have a good evening, thank you. But yeah. It is nice. I like doing, you know, different streams from time to time. And at the beginning of the stream I was mentioning how I would like to do those type of challenge, you know, like Mr. Beast does. Maybe not as extreme, but I would like to do challenges like that because it looks fun. Like I would like to participate in these things, like food challenges, things like that, because it just looks fun to do them. So I would like to try them at some point. But most likely I would do all of these things when I have my own place, you know, to not bother anyone as well. And then I can record like in a lot more rooms, basically. I feel like if I ever did, you know, podcasts or something like that, I might be good at them because I do rant a lot, so, and I have like, if I have a topic, I will be able to say a lot of things about it, I guess. Well, it depends on the topic. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I switch between glasses and contact lenses. My vision's actually really bad, unfortunately. So even when I game, I'm like, I can't see that well like the screen. So I have to have glasses or contact lenses. But sometimes the contact lenses make my eyes like really dry, and then they also give me headaches sometimes. So it can be a bit weird with contact lenses. So glasses are a lot like more comfortable. Like if I remove my glasses now, I can't see chat. I can't see chat at all. I would get surgery someday though, for my eyes, because I'd rather wear glasses, you know, in optional way. Like I'd rather not have to wear them. I would rather just wear them for fashion, let's say, or just casually. I do like glasses, they look cute and all, but during summer especially, you kind of don't want to wear them because it's too hot. So yeah, I don't know. I usually wear glasses based on like the outfits I wear, if I'm being completely honest. They do taste okay. They taste the same as cinema rolls. Like they're perfectly fine. I think the only thing that's a bit strange was the pasta, if I'm being honest. I just feel like maybe I was missing something, like maybe the wine, I don't know. Particles in the air? I can see quite well. I mean, they allow me to drive, so that's fine. New eyes? Maybe. If only. If only it worked that way. No, I've considered like surgery. I think it's around like 500 per eye. So it's not that bad. Let's say like a bit over 1,000 for both eyes. And you can also, you know, pay monthly instead of paying everything at once. There is nearby like a surgery place that I would consider. Some people are, you know, scared of it, but I'm not. It's like, if it allows me to see, you know, really well again, then it'd be great. Because I've gotten glasses when I was like 15, I think. 15, 14, something like that. So teenage years. And it's been a while, so I like them, but I would rather just not wear them, like I said. Although I would say that when I'm gaming or looking on my phone, glasses like help me, like my eyes don't get as tired compared to if I don't have them like on. So I think in a way it kind of protects my eyes, probably from the, you know, the blue light thing. So it might be nice to get those types of glasses. The black market. Sounds great. Or go on the Facebook like marketplace. Actually, I think every social media has a marketplace nowadays. I don't think Twitter does. Twitter, X, I still don't know what to call it. I feel like if I call it X, some people will be like, what's that? And if I keep calling it Twitter, some people will be like, it's not called that anymore. So I'm just like, I don't know what to call it. I prefer Twitter instead of X. It was cuter, I guess, when it was the bird, the blue bird. Oh well. There was X. No, I haven't, but you know what I did? I did get it for free on Epic Games, and I want to try it someday. I apparently, like, I think basically the way I got into games was because my father was like into video games, so I used to watch him as a kid play. I used to watch him for like hours just, you know, playing a game. And I guess I just grew up and ended up enjoying games as well. So I would definitely like try it because I think he played it. Like my father played that game. So I don't remember ever watching him playing, but I heard it's a good game though. So I would definitely. Like it's weird because right now I'm playing kind of older games. Bloodborne, like the graphics look quite old compared to what you get nowadays. The Witcher 3 is kind of like upgraded in a way, but it still has kind of older graphics. Like these are the ones I'm playing at the moment. But before these two, I was playing Baldur's Gate, and Baldur's Gate got released last year. So to switch from those graphics to like such lower ones, it was a bit weird, but I got quickly, you know, used to it. I think you get like used to it to anything. It's weird switching from like, you know, the graphics you get nowadays to something really old, but I think cool overall. Like you get used to it the more you play, basically. Like I don't mind it anymore. Because of that's how Cyberpunk is like. I think you mentioned that when I was streaming Cyberpunk, I think you mentioned that you would like to try the game. It's the same. You can put like implants and change your like arms and all, and you can have knives like coming out of like your arms and change your eyes and all sorts of things. So, and even like your jump, you can do like a double jump. Basically, you can modify your body in a lot of ways. So I think you might actually enjoy Cyberpunk when you consider playing it. It has like, there's the, you know, the base game, and then there's the DLC. Both really good. One of my favorite games. If I'm being honest, I think the DLC was even better than the main game. I don't know. It was just great. I won't give any spoilers, but I would say it's really good. I recommend it. Cyberpunk is it was my favorite game at some point before The Witcher. Are you exchanging legs? Anyway, yeah, we're going for like to video games, all sorts of different topics. I don't like it though. I like having a conversation with like someone, and you know, being able to keep that conversation and talk about different things openly without feeling, you know, awkward and all that. I think it proves kind of that you have a good connection, I guess, compared to like if you were silent and not really comfortable in, you know, engaging and all that. But yeah, definitely, I would say. But yeah, with The Witcher, I played the main game, like I finished it a year ago. And now I'm just playing the DLCs, which I don't think will take too long. I think the first DLC I'm almost done with. I think. Maybe next stream it'll be finished. And then I have one more like DLC, and then basically I'm gonna say goodbye to it forever. Is it forever? No, because there is a Witcher 1 remake coming out, which I would play, and then a Witcher 4, which again I would play. But I think all I have left, like most likely, is the Netflix series. Like the next season is gonna come out. I know the Netflix series, like, it's not as bad as everyone makes it out to be, if I'm being completely honest. Like, it had a lot of bad reviews and all that. I personally enjoyed it. Yeah, it's a bit different from the games. It's not as good as the games and the books, but it's still not that terrible. Maybe I'm just biased because I just loved the games, but I don't know. It wasn't that bad. But now that they changed like the main actor, I'm not so sure I'm gonna enjoy it anymore. I mean, at least we still have like the female leads, like they're still in like the show, so I guess if I watch it, I'll watch it for them and like, you know, the rest of the story. But it kind of matters when the main lead of a show or movie, well, a show really, movies don't really matter that much because you just do them and then that's it. But yeah, with shows, it's like it kind of sucks when the main lead leaves, because it does make a big difference. You get used to, you know, seeing this person or this actor playing as this character, and then suddenly gets changed to someone else, and it makes it weird. It doesn't matter if the person is a good like actor or something. It's better if it doesn't happen. Also, shows nowadays have so many seasons. Like, I don't have the patience nowadays to sit for 7 seasons and like 20 episodes each. There's just too many, and like time passes by so quickly when you do that though. Like, you just binge watch and then you realize, oh, I need to go to sleep now. Like, imagine you binge watch all day. Like, usually episodes take about like an hour, so you would binge watch all day and then realize that, oh, it's done. You hope it starts with Siri. That's what I thought as well. Like, I was hoping it would be focusing on just Siri this time. However, I think I just dropped my slipper. I think it's gonna be a completely new game with like, you know, new protagonists and all that. I don't think it'll have anything to do with The Witcher 3 or the previous ones. Nothing with Geralt or Ciri, Yennefer, any of them. Yeah, so you've played The Witcher before, right? I like The Witcher. I think The Witcher is like my top favorite game. I like the whole like fantasy killing monsters and all that. Because I'm doing the DLCs at the moment. Like, I'm on Heart of Stone right now. I went like, I don't know if you've played the DLCs actually, but I did quite a bit of like the Heart of Stone one, and then I'm close to like Blood and Wine, the second DLC, and then, well, that's it. Red Dead, I have the Red Dead game, and I've played the beginning of it like in my own time, but I'll leave it for stream. Like the rest of it, I'll just start it again. I heard it's a really good game. I'm not like necessarily into cowboys and all this, or into space stuff in general, like Star Wars and all that. I'm not into those things, but sometimes I give things, you know, a try and end up actually liking them. So I would play Red Dead. I just don't know if I should play Red Dead 1 first to get like context on some characters and all that, or if I should just start with Red Dead 2 straight away. Because yeah, I can watch a video on like Red Dead 1, for example, for context, and then just play Red Dead 2, but I just don't know. There's certain games where it kind of matters to know previous games, like in the series, like The Witcher, for example. The Witcher 3, there were a lot of like references to previous games, like Witcher 1 and Witcher 2, which I ended up being like, I didn't understand because I didn't play the previous games. So it kind of sucked because it was confusing sometimes what they were on about. So yeah. Red Dead is set before Red Dead 1? Really? Are you sure? Why would they do that though? Actually, it's not that surprising. Like with Cyberpunk, the DLC is kind of the same. The DLC, I thought it was gonna be the official ending to the game. It's not. It kind of happens before the main game. So yeah, it's weird when they do that. I always think they're gonna do, you know, a DLC means future things, not something that happened in the past. Okay, then I would just play Red Dead 2 because of the fact that it's also newer, better graphics, and I want to play GTA 6 as well. Probably only on Twitch again, because GTA series usually, unless you can cover up like nudity and all that, then that would be good. Like nowadays games kind of have the option to cover it up. The Witcher doesn't, so I don't stream it on YouTube, but it'd be nice if GTA did, which I don't think will, but I don't know. I like I think the only GTAs I played were like Vice City, San Andreas, and GTA 5. I've played the GTA 5 story like 5 or 6 times. I'm not even joking. I played it so much that I feel like I can't do it anymore because of how much I played it. So I'm curious to see how 6 turns out to be. And I think you play as 2 characters. Like there's this couple, right? And they're obviously criminals, whatever. You play as the woman and the man as well, I think. I thought it was just the woman, but I think you play as both. Which is nice. We never played as a woman in like GTA before. So yeah. I don't have a preference though. Like when I play a game, I don't have a preference on like, oh, I prefer to play as a man or as a woman. I don't really care. Like, I think it's just based on character customization. If I have an idea of how my character wants, you know, how I want my character to look like, that's what I'm gonna go with. In Cyberpunk, for example, I played as a male mainly because I wanted to romance a certain character that was only interested in like men. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna be a man in this game just so that I can romance this character. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have a preference with like what character I play as. I don't pay attention to it. I don't know. I don't care. It's just based on like what I have in my mind, you know. If I picture like, I don't know, a woman, like the strong type or something, hair colors, I don't know, whatever character. Like in Bloodborne as well, you get the option to pick a male or female, and I picked a male because on the art, I liked the guy on the art, like with long coat and the hat, and I thought that's who I was gonna play with. I didn't know there was character customization, so I was like, I'm gonna try to, you know, be like that guy. Like, I need to get the outfits. I'm guessing you can get outfits in that game. But yeah, I was trying to play like, because it looked cool, I don't know. So yeah, I don't really care. I just pick whatever I feel like. It depends on the game. But then again, if you need to find, but if you have a choice, yeah, whatever works for you, whatever you enjoy. I just pick differently, like whatever I feel like. I never really play as myself, you know. Like, I make obviously my own decisions, but I never play as myself, so that's fine. Like, I'm never gonna edit a character in the, you know, customization menu as myself, because it feels weird to see myself in the game, and I know that character is gonna make some decisions that I don't agree with, so I'd rather not, you know, see myself in the game, unless I was like an actor, a voice actor for it or something. Then yeah, that would be cool to see the character. But otherwise, in customization, no, I prefer to just think of a character and just a random person, really, instead of doing myself. And yeah, I usually just use the channel name, because he always says, you know, what would you like your character to be named? I'm always like, I have no idea. Like, if I want to pick a different name, I have to actually search it up on the internet for something that sounds nice for how that character looks, basically. So I just choose my like channel name, because like, what's the point? I mean, you don't even need to pick one. You can just put like full stop and that's it. My name is full stop. But yeah, it is fun. So I wonder, like, I think for now the games I'm looking forward to is well, GTA 6, not as much because we barely know anything except the trailer that has, it probably has billions of views now. I don't know. I know it had a lot of views before, but I know it was like very popular and a lot of people were watching it. But I look forward to it, but it's too far away for me to get, you know, too excited. There is this game called from the show we watched, the Game Awards, and not the Game Awards, the announcements from the games and all that. Phantom Blade Zero. That one looked really good. It's like kind of it's like Japanese style or Asian style in general. I think it's Japanese though. And it's like, it looks like Dark Souls, but I think I read about it that it's not. So it's not gonna be a soul game where it's gonna be, you know, really difficult combat and all that. So yeah, I think that one is definitely a game that had good graphics and the trailers looked nice, and it was the best out of everything, if I'm being completely honest. But yeah, I don't know. I would play those for now. I mean, I have a long list. I have a long list of a lot of games I want to try, but the thing is, some of them might take me until next year to try, because finishing games is actually not that easy. It really doesn't, like, you know, it doesn't go that quickly, like playing a game. Sometimes games take over 100 hours, so it can take a while to finish something. Unless I streamed, like, say, every day and streamed 10 hours every day, then maybe I'd finish a game faster, but I don't want to rush it at the same time, you know? I want to, like, enjoy it and take my time and play as much as I feel like before getting burned out. Because after like 3 or 4 hours of gaming, I get a bit tired. Like, I need to, you know, move around and rest up and stay away from basically games and all. But yeah, I will probably be finishing soon. I thought we would be finishing at 3 hours. It's almost 4. And I'm in the kitchen. I got used to it. Well, it was nice to hang out, do something different. I do like doing something different from time to time, whenever I get the chance, really, or whenever I think of something, let's say, special. And it's different for you guys as well, because usually you see me, obviously, in the chair in my room, gaming, basically. Or maybe sometimes watching stuff, but you see me in the same place. Like, now you get to see, like, I guess my full face, not just like the side and all, and, you know, stand around, move around, whatever. It's like saying, hello, I'm a real person. I don't know. But it's different, but it is nice. And I would do it again, obviously, when I have the chance. I think, like I said, it would happen more often when I would move out and be on my own, because obviously there will be other people like moving around that don't want to be on camera, and noise and other things, so I can't do it like all the time. Either when I'm alone like this, or once I move away, because like I said, it'll be just me. Probably with cats though. I would get some cats, maybe 1 or 2 cats, and then you'd be able to see them. That would be nice to keep me company. Some cats would be nice now, actually. 10 cats, maybe too much, maybe too much. 2 of them I think would be fine, because they can also play with each other, you know, have like a friend in each other. So it would be, yeah, the crazy cat lady. I mean, I think I would be bothered by how much meowing I would hear. I would have a blanket full of cats. So yeah, I think like if I moved, you know, on my own, I would have like a cat and keep it like either indoors fully, or like make sure if I have a garden, protect it from, you know, escaping, because that's happened before. And yeah, my cat disappeared like last year or something, and I was really upset about it, like really upset. I'm okay now, obviously. It's just like if anyone dies or something that's close to you, it ends up hurting, you know, but after some time you kind of get used to it and, you know, move on. But yeah, there was a storm. I was on holiday and there was a storm, and the cat like disappeared because he was allowed outside as well. I don't know what happened. I went around, handed out like, you know, those leaflets with like pictures and posted on social media and all that, but I couldn't find it. I don't know if he's alive or not. If I'm being honest, I've read like in communities cats returning after 2 years or something like that, and I was like, how do they survive so long? I'm guessing they just hunt like birds and things like that, but I don't know. It did suck though. You're the only one that likes cats. I think they're really cute. Like there's a lot of like, I think, cat haters because they say that cats are like cold and all. I don't think they're cold. I think it's just the fact that they like their own personal space, and I'm kind of like that as well. Like I don't feel the need for attention all the time. Actually, I don't really feel the need of attention, if I'm being completely honest. Like, you know, what I mean by attention is like affection, like hugs and stuff like that. I'm kind of very independent, so I don't really feel the need. So I think cats are the same. It's like they don't want it all the time, and they prefer sleeping and being on the quieter side of things. So that's why I think they get hated on for that. But actually, I love the like purring they do, like when they're near you, and you know, the biscuits they make as well. It's like I love cats. They're cute. I like dogs as well, but I think they're more like high maintenance, at least for my lifestyle. So that's why I prefer cats overall. You like cats more? That could also be true, yeah. I think dogs are a lot more like affectionate. Like I think they'll follow you a lot more and be around you a lot more and require, in my opinion, a lot more work compared to cats. Cats are kind of like they clean themselves, so you don't like really need to wash them. They all do, you know, they have their needs in the litter or outside, whatever you taught them to. They're just a lot cleaner overall. So I think because they're a lot more independent, it's a lot easier to take care of like one or more cats. So yeah, I don't know. While dogs, it's like I had a dog a while ago, and he used to go on walks and he would always get dirty and he would always need to be washed. And I heard it's not actually a good thing to wash dogs very often, but he will always be muddy. So yeah, I think it's better with the cats. Unless you like having dogs, then that's fine. I definitely, if I had a dog, it wouldn't really be necessarily because of me. Maybe it was with someone I lived with, maybe they really like dogs. And if we were a team and took out, you know, the dog, took turns or went out together, then that's okay. But like, yeah, I don't know. I had a dog before where it was kind of just 1 or 2 people taking care of the dog when it wasn't even, you know, belonging to us. And the person that I belonged to didn't care that much about taking the dog out. And I was like, why do you have this dog then? Why are we forced to take care of it? Like, it's not ours. So like we don't mind to help out, but like we're not the main parents, you know. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's just a lot more with dogs. Like I said, they can make you feel safe, I guess. If you have a really cute one, it probably won't make you feel safe. But yeah, I prefer cats overall. I used to like dogs more, but after having both, I realized that cats are a lot easier to take care of. So yeah. You know what I don't get? When you sleep, even if you have enough space on the bed, they always end up like sleeping at your legs. Like, it's like they don't know that they have that much space left. I think they just like being close to you. This happens with both cats and dogs as well. Although I don't think I would actually allow maybe dogs on the bed, especially if they go out and they're muddy and all that, unless they're washed up or something. Cats, it's like, well, they can still be dirty even though they wash themselves, like, you know, from the litter and all that. But in a way, they are a bit cleaner, so. And cats usually like climbing on things, so you can't really stop them. The only thing I don't want is them climbing like in the kitchen. So if I had food like this is covered up over here, but I'm sure they can use, you know, their paws and then munch from these, I guess. If they even like them, I don't know. But yeah, I don't like the fact that they can climb on things and like in the kitchen, food, and you can't leave anything around. So I probably have the kitchen like closed if possible, like if it's, you know, separate from like the living room and all that. So yeah, so that they can't go around and destroy things, I guess. Actually, the cat I had was like really like calm. He wasn't like the type to destroy everything, climb on the curtains, all that. When he was younger, he tried. I think kittens in general, or even puppies, they're gonna be, you know, naughty sometimes, because of the fact that they're kids, just like human babies will, you know, they will have like, let's say this phone on the table, and they will just like, you know, throw it on the ground or something. Just because why not? I always wondered, why does that make them happy? Like throwing toys on the like floor, and then food as well, or you know, it's normal. So there's no point in like, you know, getting annoyed or anything because of the fact that they're children, so it's okay. It matters more when they're adults, but obviously it's good to teach them while they're young so they grow up like that. So it's the same with like pets as well. Teach them while they're young, and then hopefully they'll grow well like into adulthood years. Also, animals grow really quickly, like at around like 1 year old, I think. Yeah, animals are like dogs and cats, when they're 1 year old they're already adults, which is just, I don't know how it works, but it's really surprising. Like when I learned about that a while ago, it's just so soon. 1 year is like so far away. They're literally babies for 1 year, and then that's it. And not even then, because they have, you know, teenage years as well, so short. But it's not like human years. They live shorter lives as well, so yeah. I was thinking the other day, I had this question like, would you rather like die tomorrow or live forever? And I said like so confidently that I would like to live forever. But it's like, I don't care about death, but at the same time it'd be nice to experience different generations. But I know that everyone else in your current generation, or even future ones, like if you would get close to, you know, people, would end up leaving, and then you're still, you know, alive and all. So I guess it'd be a bit weird and sad to keep living forever, and maybe you get bored. But it's just like, there's so much to explore in the world. You should have an option to like maybe choose when you don't want to live anymore, I guess. Like, oh, I want to live past the age of 200, let's say, because I haven't done this thing yet, or something like that. And obviously it'd be nice if you don't age as well. If you remain if you remain looking like an adult in their 30s, basically, because I think that's when you look like a full-grown adult, really. So I think if you stayed like that, it'd be quite great. But yeah, I don't know. I keep saying I don't know when. I'm like, I don't know what else to say, and then I should probably go soon though. Like, probably should finish now. Since it's been 4 hours. Can you believe? I thought I would finish stream around like the 1.5 hour, 2 hour mark. But I don't know, the chatting is nice. I guess I'm gonna go brush my teeth and get in bed. I won't be sleeping. I'm just like laid down. I won't be playing anything. I thought I would be playing after stream, like something like well, Baldur's Gate, not something. That's the only thing I play nowadays. Yeah, I would be playing it like for a bit, but I feel like kind of tired now, not in the mood. It's late. That game takes a while to play. I get distracted, so I don't feel like it. But yeah, I should probably go because I think people are sleeping as well around, so I don't know if I should, if I'm speaking too loudly. It is past 10 technically, so usually around like I think 10 you have to, you know, be quiet and not be blasting music or anything like that. I never do that anyway, but I don't know. I'm a quiet neighbor, so that's a good thing. But yeah, I guess I'll get in bed and I don't know. I was gonna edit like some videos, but I guess I'll leave that for tomorrow instead. But yeah, I think I'll just lay down, maybe watch episodes. I won't sleep, that's for sure. Either watch episodes or look into more game stuff or something like that until I get sleepy, but definitely get in bed, that's for sure. Thank you for joining the special stream, as I like to call it. I'll be back maybe Monday, I think, most likely Monday, because I have a meeting tomorrow. So I think Monday, and it'll be the Witcher DLCs. And yeah, and after the DLCs, Bloodborne, and we're just switching between Bloodborne and The Witcher. A new anime. I would like to get back into the anime, if I'm being honest. It'd be cool. But thank you for joining in. Once again, I appreciate it, and well, I hope you enjoyed me cooking. I don't know. Anyway, I'll have to set up. Oh yeah, I have to set up all of these things, like the mic and the webcam. I have to put them back in their place, but not today. I'm just gonna leave it for tomorrow because too late. But yeah, I'm gonna get going. Okay, bye bye guys. Take care. See you next time.